Welcome, welcome. How are you guys all doing tonight? Or today, depending on where you are on the planet. My name is Chris Haru, and welcome to the Chill Zone. I like doing chill streams where we play comfy games, do reading ASMR, and just kind of like kick back and just have a relaxed time. Today I'm going to be doing a bunch of reading ASMR, which I guess you could say it's Storybook Thursday. I'll be reading a variety of samples from several different stories tonight. And I am still testing the 3D model software, just the tracking. I still haven't quite gotten like the whole mouth tracking down and facial expressions. So that's still in progress. Plus I'm also still working on my actual model, so once again I'll be using another default model. I might switch to the to that quickie asana model that I made for April 1st, just for, shits and giggles. We'll just kind of see how that goes. But anyway, like I said, it's Reading Thursday, so I'll be reading a bunch of different stories tonight. Let me go ahead and get that kind of set up and queued up here. Let's see how this goes. Music got kind of quiet for a second there. What the hell? Anyway, let me go ahead and queue up that first. Actually, there's a bunch of stuff that I didn't finish setting up. Whoopsie. So anyway, I was a little busy this week, working on regular coding and stuff like that for my day job. But I'm actually looking at multi-streaming solutions. Ideally, what I want to start off doing, I want to try experimenting with streaming to starting off with both Twitch and YouTube at the same time. Then maybe as I go further, maybe I'll try going to 3. Like, let's try like YouTube, Twitch, and Kick, just for shits and grins. So we'll see kind of how everything goes. But anyway, for everybody kind of coming in, just feel free to kick back, relax, and just kind of vibe. If you want to say hi in chat, feel free. Otherwise, you know what? Hey, it's all good. Just as a quick heads up, ads are going to be... YouTube's got my ads set up. It'll run every half hour for like about a minute and a half. I'll try to give some heads up notice when they come up. But like I said, today what I'm going to be doing is just some reading stuff, so I will try to pause for when those ads come up, and then that way nobody misses out on anything. Give me a sec while I move up to the, let me post on Twitter saying that I'm live real quick, and then we'll get started. Right now, I'm not entirely certain if I've actually got. Whoops. Okay. You know, it's not a VTuber stream if there isn't scuff. I just completely dropped my headphones all on the ground. Oh well. Anyway, like I said, I'm still kind of getting everything together. The hell. So, like I was saying, let me finish putting that tweet out, just saying that I'm live, and then I'll put up the graphic for the first book, and then we'll go from there. Let's see if I can do it without dropping shit this time. Alright, finally got everything all set up. So... again, ignore the man behind the curtain. Or, like it should say, ignore the default model. I'm still doing performance tests, just to see how well the 3D is going to hold up. And looks like I'll be able to go ahead and do it for at least as far as the reading streams goes. But I'll have to definitely switch up to the PNG when I do the, when I do any kind of games and stuff. Anyway. Chapter 1. What's the matter, young master? Huh? Somebody was tugging on my sleeve. I felt like my mind had blanked out for a second, like I was just about to doze off when my surroundings came into view. Huh? This huh had a completely different meaning from my earlier huh. Why am I here? I looked around. This place looked like the main hall of some mansion. There were lots of people gathered for what seemed to be a party, and I was among them for some reason. I should have just been enjoying a drink after a hard day's work. Wait. Huh? Unlike the first 2 times, I yelled out this third huh at the top of my lungs. I looked down at my own body and stared at my palms. I'm a kid? Peeking at my face, I realized that my wrinkles were gone, and so was my beard. The little stubble that had always remained no matter how thoroughly I shaved was gone without a trace, and my skin was absolutely glowing, silky smooth even. I'd been drowning my after-work drink just a second ago, when suddenly I turned into a kid. Saying it myself didn't help it make any more sense. I felt like I was going crazy. What's wrong, Liam? I heard a man's stern voice from afar. That moment, the lively sounds of the banquet died down a little. Excuse me. Died down a little. As I was looking around in confusion, the woman beside me, a maid. Hey. Whispered in my ear. Young master, the master's calling you. Huh? I followed her gaze and found a single nobleman seated on in the most distinguished seat in this banquet hall. The slight flush in his cheeks gave way how he must have been drinking, and he still seemed to be in a good mood as he stared at me. Oh, congratulations? I didn't really get what was going on, but it felt like they were celebrating something, so I tried congratulating him. The nobleman looked satisfied. Yes, enjoy the party tonight. Seems like I got past that safely, I thought with a sigh of relief. Then, while making sure not to stand out, I took a quick look around and listened in on some conversation to gather information. Around 30 minutes of that reaped me a few findings. First, my name, or rather, the name of this child whose body I somehow entered, was Liam Hamilton. He was the fifth son of Count Hamilton. Second, this party was being held by the current family head, that nobleman who spoke to me earlier, to celebrate the birth of his first daughter after having 5 sons in a row. It was hosted by him, his legal wife, his concubine who birthed the daughter, and his 5 sons. I got all that. What I didn't get was, why in the world had I become Liam Hamilton? The night came to an end, but I was still Liam. I thought I might have been under a dream or illusion or whatnot, so I immediately went to sleep after last night's banquet ended, yet I still woke up as this 12-year-old boy. As I gave my face another few pats while on the bed, I began feeling a little bad. A beard was proof of one's manhood. As someone who was originally baby-faced, whether I had a beard made a big difference in which jobs I could get. I was talking about the good, high-paying jobs, those that actually placed some responsibility on your shoulders. Oftentimes, it would be hard to land those without a proper beard. My lamentation was cut short when a young maid around 20 years old opened my door with a greeting. "Good morning, young Master Liam." Good morning. "What do you wish to wear today?" she asked, bringing along 3 outfits in a trolley. "You mean I can choose?" The maid looked like she was wondering why I was even asking, but simply answered, "Yes. So I can choose what to wear for the day. I really am a noble now, huh?" Since it was really looking like I wasn't going back to normal anytime soon, I started indirectly asking the maid a bunch of stuff in order to gain a better grasp of my situation, starting with the party yesterday. Nobles could pass their titles down for up to 3 generations. During that time, they had to achieve something that benefited the country to extend their succession rights. Otherwise, they would become commoners from the 4th generation onward. The current family head and Liam's father, Charles Hamilton, just so happened to be the 3rd generation head. If he hadn't achieved something within his generation, then they would become commoners from the next generation onward. Incidentally, the easiest achievement he could gun for was having his daughter be selected as the emperor's wife. And gun for it he did, but alas, Charles had nothing but sons 5 times in a row. Until recently, that is. That seemed to be the reason for yesterday's grand party, to celebrate having finally given birth to a daughter within its concubine. Thus, at present, Charles was fixated on only his eldest son and daughter, and nothing else. We're still nobles anyway, so whatever. Liam's older brother and the 4th son of their family, Bruno, laughed bitterly. Considering he was just 1 year older than me at 13, though, even that nihilistic little laugh of his looked kind of endearing. Boys his age did like acting cool for no good reason. We were currently in our town's private school. I came here with him after getting changed and eating breakfast this morning. Now that I'd gathered some information from my maid, I next asked Bruno what he thought about our sister, and that was his answer. We get to attend this private school and live as we please every day. Do we really, though? Bruno scoffed. "Oh, I'm so thankful I could cry," he said sarcastically. "We go to private school and live without want for all the sake of saving face as nobility. We are the oldest noble family still, even if our house is like this now." "The oldest noble family?" I asked. "All it actually means is that we've been nobles for many generations. But just because of that, maintaining our reputation is all the more important." "I see. The oldest noble family. This would explain that whole party they held for the birth of their daughter, who just might help them extend their succession rights. An emperor or prince falling in love at first sight with a woman of lowly status, whose family eventually rises in the ranks when she becomes empress. This was a well-worn cliché in stories and plays that even a former commoner like me was familiar with. I was starting to piece everything together. Well, not quite everything. Seriously, why did I end up like this? What happened to my original body? When can I go back? And what if I can't go back and stay like this forever? Ho, ho, ho. An old man entered the room with a relaxed laugh. He looked very much like a friendly and good-natured grandpa, to the point that a foul-mouthed person might even say he was starting to go senile. I see you're both here. In that case, I will begin today's lesson. Take it easy, Gramps. No point in putting your back into it. Bruno dismissed with the same nihilistic tone, acting like someone who had his life all figured out. Is that so? Yeah. I was born the fourth son of a noble house. I can just draw the line here and enjoy the rest of my life. The old man and I both fell silent at his statement. Draw the line and enjoy my life. Should I do that too? Magic? After our unenthusiastic study session, Bruno responded to my question with an incredulous look. Yeah, I want to learn. You've changed, he said, stunned. Of course, I didn't say this for no reason. Magic was a greater form of knowledge than whatever we were going to learn in private school, and that knowledge was power that the imperial family and nobility almost exclusively monopolized. As a commoner, I knew that magic existed and had seen nobles using it, but I never knew how they used or even learned it. When I heard Bruno talk about drawing a line and enjoying life, I immediately thought about learning magic. Am I not allowed? Of course you are, he immediately refuted. There's an archive room in the manor, right? Yeah. I didn't actually know that, but I nodded anyway because Liam would know. I could just ask one of the maids about it later in some roundabout way. Then you can just read the grimoires in there. Well, only 1 in 100 people have talent for magic, so you're just wasting your time if you ask me. Maintaining his nihilistic character till the very end, Bruno left the private school. Okay, we got an ad that's supposed to be starting up kind of soon. Of course, it doesn't exactly say exactly when it's going to start up. Yay. Oh, there it goes. Oops, forgot to mute. My bad. You know what? I think what I'm gonna do. Hey, Sebas, how's it going? How are you doing today? Welcome, welcome. I was actually just reading, well, you can see I'm a noble on the brink of ruin, so I might as well try mastering magic. So, I was just kind of waiting on like an ad break in a minute and just, taking a refresher. Doing pretty good. Glad to see that you're doing well. So, I'm going to pick this back up in about 30 seconds. Like I said, we just happen to be in an ad break at the moment. You didn't get an ad when you came in, did you? Hopefully you didn't. Oh, and hey, thanks for the follow. Much appreciated. And we're back. As for me, I made a beeline for the manor now that I knew about the archive room. There were a bunch of things I wanted to check out in this new town I found myself in, but I returned home without sparing any of it a glance. Magic came first for now. A maid greeted me when I entered the manor. Welcome back, young Master Liam. Where's the archive room? She frowned in confusion, clearly wondering why I didn't know. Come on, show me. Maybe the excitement got to me, since Bruno told me I was free to read the grimoires. I didn't bother beating around the bush and instead straight up demanded to know where it was. The maid looked at me strangely, but fifth son or not, I was still the young master of this noble house. In the end, she meekly guided me through the halls. Eventually, we arrived in front of a rather grand-looking door. The moment she opened it and entered the room, an odd smell tickled my nose. "What's a smell?" "It is the smell of books," she answered. "This happens when many books are stored in an enclosed space." I see. Alright, hey, thanks for coming by. Thanks, appreciate the follow. So, you have a good day and night yourself. Take it easy. As a former commoner, it was my first time encountering a room full of books and the smell that came with it. Equipped with that new experience, I entered the archive room and looked through the book spines, scouring the shelves for what I came for. I soon came across a book titled Beginner Flame Magic. I pulled it out, opened it up, and read from the very first page, which began with a rather long-winded preamble. Starting from an introduction to flame magic, it talked about how raising the temperature was an easier form of magic, meaning 1 in 100 people had the talent for it. On the other hand, lowering the temperature with frost magic, which was mentioned here even though it was a book on flame magic, was more difficult. Only 1 in 1,000 had the talent for it. I skipped all that and flipped right to the page that explained how to actually cast the spell. It said that I should first try creating a small flame on the tip of my finger like a candle. The book outlined the concentration, breathing, and movement techniques I needed in order to pull it off, so I went ahead and tried them out one by one. Following the book's instructions, I closed my eyes, focused, and controlled my breathing with the technique I just learned. Then, just as it instructed, I poured power into the tip of my finger. "It worked! It's magic!" I exclaimed with a gasp. "Wow, congratulations!" The maid who guided me here clapped her hands. A small candle-like flame flickered right on the tip of my index finger. Looking at the shelf, there were more magic books, or grimoires as they were called. I still didn't quite get what just happened, but I seemed to have learned magic, and I could keep learning it from now on, too. This noble life that I was suddenly tossed into for God knows what reason was starting to get me real pumped up. Chapter 2. Inside his study, Liam's father, Charles Hamilton, was busy writing something at his grandiose office desk. Even after I entered the room, he never once raised his head and simply continued writing. "What is it, Liam?" he asked, still looking down. "Well, about our grimoires." "Our grimoires? Did something happen to them?" "No, I just wanted to ask if I could take them out of the archive room. I just entered this body and suddenly became a noble yesterday. Without any idea of how the etiquette and speech worked, I ended up asking my question rather clumsily." "Take them out? You want to read them?" "Yes." "Do as you wish." "Oh, okay. Thank you very much." "Anything else?" "Nope, that's all." "Then leave. I'm busy." "I understand." I turned around and left the study. Although I looked back one last time, Charles, on the other hand, didn't tear his eyes away from his paperwork, so I stepped out into the hall and closed the door behind me. I went in, talked, and left. During that time, Charles never once raised his head. He didn't even turn me down. He was apathetic till the very end. I kind of understand how Bruno feels now. I found myself sympathizing just a little bit with this rebellious fourth son who had lost hope in the future and gave up on studying. Having gained permission, I took the grimoire out of the archive room and went to the manor's garden. The Hamiltons ruled over this territory, so while we called it a manor, it was actually the size of a small castle. Even the woods behind the garden were big enough to contain an entire village. In fact, when I grabbed a maid before leaving the manor and asked her how far the Hamilton family's territory spanned, I got a rather crazy answer in response. As far as your eye can see. Nobles really are amazing, I marveled. If the next generation took over right now and we became commoners, all this land and even our manor would be confiscated by the country, so I totally got why Charles was so desperate about this. I walked into the huge woods owned by our family and settled down on the ground after reaching a clearing. There, I opened up the grimoire titled Beginner Flame Magic. I focused, controlled my breathing, and formed a clear image in my mind. After concentrating for 3 straight minutes, a faint, elongated flame appeared around 1 meter in front of me. This flame blade was one kind of beginner flame magic. A grimoire was a magic book that served as a guide. You could use magic you hadn't learned yet as long as you held the grimoire in your hands. In this way, it provided support for you to learn how to use the magic. However, it took a long time to master, until which you wouldn't be able to use the magic without the grimoire. When I actually tried letting go of it, the flame blade that I'd made had disappeared without a trace. So if you practice every day, the activation time will shorten, and eventually you'll even learn how to activate it without the book, I read aloud from a page on the grimoire. Basically, it was like a baby walker that toddlers use to learn how to walk. If I kept practicing while holding on to the grimoire, I would eventually learn how to cast the spell even without it. I've always wanted to learn magic, and it turned out to be much simpler than I thought. No wonder nobles kept these grimoires stored away like valuables. I continued practicing making the flame blade spell, or flame cutter, as it was officially known. It wasn't like I had anything else to do. Before entering this body, I had to go to work every day, but I had no such responsibilities as Liam. Even the 5th son of a noble was still a noble, and nobles looked down on physical labor as unsightly. Left with no real need to work, I just kept practicing my magic day after day, something I was all too happy to do given how I've always admired magic. Slowly but surely, the time it took for me to activate my magic while holding the grimoire grew increasingly shorter, and I could tell too, which only made me all the more enthusiastic to practice. Day in, day out, I continued to practice magic. Oh, there you are. So you're playing out here. Bruno? Today I was practicing in the woods as usual, when my older brother Bruno came up to me. A month had passed since I first became Liam. I'd grown familiar with the Hamilton house, so I could now comfortably speak with this cynical 4th son as if he really were my older brother. Bruno let out a huff and strode straight over to me. I heard you were practicing magic. Yeah, Father gave me permission to use our grimoires. Of course he did, I know that, he said with a roll of his eyes. That guy has nothing but his married Sarah to the Emperor plan in that head of his. He doesn't care about us anymore. Bruno was right. That was how Father was when I asked for his permission to use the grimoires a month ago, and that hadn't changed one bit over the past month. He never looked me in the eye, and even when we talked, he would always be doing something else at the same time. So, how much have you learned? Show me. Yeah, so... I put the grimoire down on the ground. By the way, grimoires were apparently treated with a special coating, so they didn't get damaged or dirty unless hit with an especially powerful attack. Having set the grimoire down, I closed my eyes, focused, and cast Flame Cutter to make a flame blade appear before my eyes. I can do this, I guess. Bruno stared at me wide-eyed. Huh? What's wrong? You can use magic without a grimoire? No way. It should normally take an entire year to master magic to the point where you can do that. Are you saying you learned it in only a month? Suffice it to say that Bruno was utterly and thoroughly shocked. Chapter 3. How'd you learn magic in such a short time? How? Overwhelmed by Bruno's intense gaze, I began to wonder if I'd done something bad and tried recalling everything I did until now. I just followed the Grimoire's instructions every day. So, is that Grimoire somehow special? Bruno held his chin and began mumbling to himself. Yeah, that might be it. We're the oldest noble family, so I can imagine we have some crazy things stored in our archives. I didn't feel like interrupting him in all his mumbling, so I just watched for a while until he spoke up again. Hey, Liam, give me that. Okay, here. Overwhelmed by his intense gaze yet again, I handed him the grimoire. He opened it up, pored over the same pages I'd been staring at for the past month, and started practicing as well. If he's going to start practicing magic, then I should be off so I don't get in his way. Say, Liam. Huh? Just as I was about to leave, Bruno called out to me. I flinched and turned around, only to find that he was still staring at the grimoire, but this time with an expression that spoke volumes of how tedious he found it to be. With his face scrunched up like that, he asked me, Are you working so hard because you want to be the next family head? The head? Why? Because you're the same as Pops. I frowned in confusion. The same as Charles? As father? How so? Don't tell me you don't know, Bruno said ominously, about why Pops is so desperate about all this. Is there any particular reason? I asked slowly. Well, it's normal for nobles to pass their titles to their heir after they reach a certain age, right? Oh, really? I didn't know that, and Bruno could tell. So you really didn't know? Well, can't say I'm surprised with how easygoing you are, he smoothly dismissed. You see, things get complicated if the heir succeeds the position after the family head dies. It's much easier to manage all the trouble that comes after if the title is passed while the head's still alive. I hummed in response. I never thought about that. I guess nobles have it hard too. There's less room for arguments that way, he added. And that's also why the rest of us can do whatever we want. Right. But you see, that's where another problem crops up. The moment Pops passes his title down, our family will enter its 4th generation, meaning we'd have to relinquish our nobility and become commoners. I blinked. Oh. It's normal for family heads to toss all the work to their heirs, then enjoy the life of a retired noble with their authority still intact. But Pops can't even do that as things are, which is why he's being oh so desperate. I see. That's true. Come to think of it, it was kind of weird for him to be so desperate just because the generation after his would become commoners. Father always looked so cornered, as if he himself were in trouble. So this was why. Ah, what a pain in the ass. Huh? Bruno suddenly lashed out and threw the grimoire at me, exclaiming, This is way too boring for me. See ya. Before leaving just as quickly as he came. I silently stared at him and let out a wry chuckle. It hasn't even been 10 minutes since you started practicing, though. In any case, the grimoire was back with me now, so I could start practicing again. A few days later, I went back to that archive room. Now that I learned all the spells from beginner flame magic, the grimoire that I took out before, I borrowed beginner frost magic this time. Unable to wait until I got to the woods, I started practicing while walking. 1 in 100 people could use flame magic, but lowering the temperature was more difficult than raising it, so apparently only 1 in 1,000 could use frost magic. That explanation made sense to me. After all, it was easy to start a fire even without magic, but it was impossible to make ice. You could only wait for the right season to do that. Thus, there were very few people who could use this difficult type of magic. All this just served to make me feel even more excited. I loved magic, and frost magic was especially challenging. Just how fun would it be once I finally learned it? I continued practicing magic with the grimoire as I walked down the hall. As was the case for flame magic, I sometimes practiced by casting the magic directly onto the book. Apparently, it was easier for grimoires to assist with magic if it were cast on the book itself, hence why they were treated with a special coating. That was why I gave it a try. Whoa! But it didn't go so well, and the grimoire in my hands caught fire. I tried using frost magic, but ended up casting fireball on it instead. Startled by the burning grimoire, I dropped it to the ground before frantically picking it back up and putting the fire out. Who in the world is starting a fire in the... Liam? Father. My panic surged even more as I turned toward the voice I heard. Father was heading this way while speaking with the butler. He was probably headed somewhere, as he wasn't even looking me in the eye as usual. Don't play with fire in the hallway, he began, but then trailed off. Was that a grimoire? Yes. Beginner frost magic. Was that not fire just now? Yes, my apologies. I struggled with frost magic and ended up casting flame magic on accident. I see. Wait, what? Father was about to leave when he stopped and turned back around, and for the first time, our eyes met. You've been studying magic? I asked for his permission to use the grimoires, but I guess he doesn't remember. I hesitated for a moment, but ended up just nodding. Yes, I said. He looked at me for a while. You must have mastered flame magic, seeing as you can use it without a grimoire. When did you start studying? 1 month ago. 1 month ago? He echoed in shock. Are you saying you learned magic in 1 month? Yes. He looked at me in disbelief as he muttered, You had talent? I recognized the look in his eyes. It reminded me of the first time I woke up as Liam, back during that banquet when he was celebrating the birth of his daughter. Chapter 4. With a serious look on his face... excuse me. With a serious look on his face, Father stared at me for a while before finally asking, Have you learned frost magic already? No, I was just going to start today. He hummed. Show me. He then ordered before turning around and walking down the hall. I watched him in a daze, until the butler beside me gave me a look that seemed to be telling me to follow, so I hurried after him. We eventually reached a large sitting room with a fireplace. Father had called a maid along the way and ordered her to pull a seat over. Go on, he urged as he sat down. Okay. I was a little confused, but after thinking about it, all I really had to do was what I always did. I'd gotten the hang of things from practicing flame magic, and since I still had to rely on the grimoire, it wasn't like I could do anything flashy anyway. Thus, I made the wise decision to start with something simple. I opened the grimoire up and followed the instructions. What caught me by surprise was that, although I'd been expecting frost magic to have instructions opposite to those of the flame magic, it seemed like I was completely off the mark. I'd assumed beforehand that since I had to gather power for flame magic, then I'd have to be relaxed and calm for frost. But in actuality, it seemed like I also needed to gather up my power the same way to use frost magic. I controlled my breathing and gathered my power, imagining all of it flowing through my body as I carefully followed all the grimoire's instructions. I didn't know how long it took, but I eventually felt the grimoire in my hands faintly frosting over the surface. I did it. Goodness, you really froze it. Father stood from his seat, walked over to my side, and held the grimoire to check its condition. His eyes grew wide when he felt the crispy layer of ice and the cool airs surrounding it. This is truly... Father's butler lowered his head. Congratulations, he said, but to my father, not to me. Why him, I wondered, considering I was the one who succeeded in casting the magic. However, Father accepted it with a nod. Yes, the heavens truly are on my side. He looked far more pleased than I had ever seen him before. This was the first time I saw him in such a good mood. He wasn't this happy even back during the banquet. Liam, he called. Yes? Do you like magic? Huh? Oh, yes, I like it. Good. Then I will collect more grimoires for you. If there is a particular grimoire you want, then feel free to let me know. Huh? Okay. I didn't get why he was in such a good mood, but he was saying he'd gather more of these precious grimoires for me, so I gladly accepted. Now, show me more magic, he ordered. Okay. I tried to focus on the magic practice again, but just then, somebody knocked on the door. The butler went over, opened the door, and listened to the other person. Afterward, he closed it and came back. Master, that man has... He leaned over and whispered by my father's ear. What? You mean to say that he's fled into my territory? It seems likely. Father groaned. In a complete change from his good mood earlier, he scrunched his face up in bitter displeasure. Then, without a single word, he and the butler left me behind in the room. What was that all about? The next day, I went to the woods as usual, with beginner frost magic in hand. Father said that he'd bring me any grimoire I wanted, but magic wasn't so simple. Throughout the past month I spent as a noble, I'd come to learn that it was something I needed to diligently practice one by one through repetition every day. Thus, just as I did with flame magic, I decided to learn all the frost magic spells first. With that in mind, I headed for my usual spot. However... Who? Somebody was already there. In the clearing located farther inside the woods, one man sat limply on the ground with his back against a tree. Hearing my voice, he lifted his head and looked at me. Those clothes. You're Hamilton's kid. Huh? Yeah, I'm Liam Hamilton, I said, introducing myself without much thought. Well, I sure screwed this up. They say it's hardest to see what's right under your nose, so I never expected you to come here on the very first day. I frowned in confusion at this man's ramblings. Well, this must be fate, he went on. Go on, do what you must. And that would be what exactly? The man looked at me weirdly. Didn't you come to catch me? Why? He fell silent and stared at me for a while, observing me, as if he could see right through me, all the way to the deepest recesses of my mind. It was a little unsettling. His gaze continued to linger until one corner of his lips curled up. I must have been too on edge, he said with a huff. If they'd really found me, they wouldn't have sent this kind of kid my way. I was still confused, but it seemed like the misunderstanding, at least I think it was, had been cleared up. Oh, so you're studying magic? The man looked at the grimoire in my hands and hummed. Can I see that? Huh? Oh, sure. I handed it over to him, and then realized that I might have messed up. Unlike Bruno, our father, this man was a complete stranger. Moreover, nobles considered grimoires as valuable items. It had only been a month since I became a noble myself, so it didn't occur to me how bad an idea this was until after I'd passed it to him. While I was panicking internally, the man said, "Wow, this is amazing." "Huh? Why? Are you the last person who used this?" "Yeah." "So this residual mana is yours. It's not every day you see this kind of talent." Still seated on the ground, he allowed an impressed hum as his gaze flitted between me and the grimoire. May I have that back now?" "Oh, my bad," he said as he nonchalantly gave it back. I guess I was just overthinking things. Now I felt a little awkward because I almost suspected him of something bad. In an attempt to brush the thought off, I started practicing frost magic with the grimoire. The man watched me silently for a while, but eventually spoke up again. "Don't you want to know a more efficient way to learn that?" "A more efficient way?" I asked. "That's right." "Oh, I'm not suggesting anything weird, I assure you," he added immediately. "That's beginner magic, right? You're at the stage where you learn through repetition. That's not about to change." "Right. What I'm talking about is this." Without budging from his spot, the man held his right hand out with his palm facing me. Then he cast a different type of magic on each finger. Fire on his index, fire on his ice on his middle, electricity around his ring, and a whirlwind swirling over his pinky. Lastly, his thumb was glowing like a burning metal rod. "Using multiple magic spells at the same time," he elaborated. "I know that grimoire too. It teaches Ice Needle, Freeze, Frost Nail, and also a bunch of other spells, right? And you just tried to cast them in succession, yeah? Well, I'm saying that you can save so much more time if you just practice them all at once instead." "Is that even possible?" "See for yourself," the man said as he waved his right hand. "That's true. How did you do that?" "Oh, nice. I like you, kid. You don't have that useless sense of pride other nobles have. Any other noble kid would have been too prideful to even ask me that." Well, I certainly am not a noble kid," I thought with a wry smile. "I just entered this body for God knows what reason. I wasn't originally a noble, so I didn't really understand that sense of pride they had." "Let's check first," the man began. "Try drawing on the ground, a circle with your right hand and a square with your left, both at the same time." "Okay." I had to wonder what exactly he was checking for, but I still listened to him and drew a circle and square with both my index fingers. "Oh, nice. Have you done this before?" "No, only just now." "Then you have a good affinity for this, it seems. Since you can do that, there's no need for any tricks or twists. Now, try using any magic you know, one on your left hand and another on your right. I just showed you, so you should still have a feel for it if you try now." As instructed, I cast Flame Cutter on my right hand and Fireball on my left. I managed the task with ease. I nodded in understanding. "I see." It wasn't until some time later that I found out using different magic spells at the same time was a special technique so difficult that only 1 in 100,000 could pull it off. Back then, though, I didn't know this just yet. Chapter 5. Interesting. Very interesting. What is? Try 3 at once this time. Okay, I understand. I actually didn't, but I went along with it and did as he said. I selected 3 spells from beginner flame magic. Fireball, which made a ball of fire. Flame Cutter, which formed a flame blade, and blazing floor, which slightly heated up the ground, and tried to cast them all at the same time. I did it! Oh! The next moment, the fireball I made burst apart. Rather than exploding, it was more like the flame had failed to maintain its form, and like a bubble, it was gone, just like that. I couldn't do it. No, that was a success. You really are interesting. Huh? You were able to do it, you just didn't have enough mana, he explained. This technique uses up nearly twice as much mana as casting each spell individually, after all. I see. You're already plenty amazing for being able to activate 3 whole spells at your age. That said, activating all 3 at once is way more impressive. The man was in even better mood now, seemingly delighted at the fact that I was able to cast 3 spells at once. Since you don't have enough mana, I'll just explain verbally from now on. Sit down. Okay. I did as I was told. I didn't even know his name yet, much less where he even came from, but already I was viewing this man as my teacher. If you keep using this technique, you'll eventually run into an inane obstacle. An inane obstacle? Right. Long story short, this technique is in fact only activates at prime numbers. You know prime numbers? No. Alright, then study up on that in your own time. You nobles go to private schools, right? I'll just tell you which numbers are prime numbers for now. The man eyed the ground between us. He was making no other visible movements, yet some characters, or more precisely numbers, began appearing on the ground, as if someone were writing with a stick. 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17. These are prime numbers, he said. Okay. As you progress, you'll hit your first hurdle at 4. You won't succeed no matter what. Even if you could use 5 spells at once, you wouldn't be able to do the same with 4. That's simply how it works. I see. In other words, I might end up going around in circles trying to do it with 4 or 6, even though in reality, it just isn't possible with those numbers. Good, you seem pretty smart too, but that's not quite right. Once you're past 4, that experience will help you get over 6 more easily. Oh, that makes sense. Moving on. The next point you get stuck at is after 9. By then, experience would tell you that this technique just doesn't work with an even number of spells, but then you'll just realize one day, huh? That can't be right. Didn't I start out with 2 spells? Right, I get it. I stared at the numbers the man wrote. I still didn't understand these prime numbers or whatever they were called, but I should remember them for now. It shouldn't be too hard if it was just these numbers he wrote down. I memorized them immediately. By the way, this is my limit, the man said as he cast several magic spells at once. Fire, ice, lightning, wind, various spells activated at the same time and floated in the air. 13, I counted. Yeah, I can feel that I have enough mana to get to 16, but I can't use 16 at once, and after 13 comes 17. If I had to say, this is the weakness of this technique. Any little bit of growth will still recalibrate you to the smaller number, rendering it pointless. 13, 14, 15, and 16 all become 13 in the end. But you'll show improvement all at once at 17. That's how it goes, the man grinned. You really are a clever kid. How old are you? 12? 13 maybe? I'm 12. I was actually way older, but I couldn't tell him that. I didn't even know why I changed bodies in the first place. If you're this smart at 12, then you have a promising future ahead of you. You might even surpass me one day. I wonder. Your youth is your weapon, and your willingness to listen to others, I might add, is an even greater weapon. Okay, I nodded hesitantly. I strongly agree that youth was a weapon. Before entering this body, I always had to worry about muscle pain the following day, and had to be careful not to get injured since it wasn't easy to heal up. But listening to others, isn't that a normal thing to do? The man looked down at the frost magic grimoire in my hands. A grimoire, Do you have any more? No, I answered. But I want to learn more, so Father told me he would get some for me. You want to learn? Yes, I responded immediately, full of conviction. I loved magic and wanted to learn a whole lot more. In that case, I'll give you this, he said. The next moment, something floated through the air and stopped right in front of me. I stared at it. A ring? It's called a Magicpedia. A Magicpedia. Simply put, it's a grimoire. Huh? It's a specially coded practice item that contains 100 grimoires worth of information, to be exact. 100 grimoires worth? Inside this thing? Yeah, but that's all it is. It doesn't make it easier to learn magic. It's just jam-packed with spells. About the only benefit it has is that you don't have to walk around with 100 books in tow. I stopped listening to him halfway through. 100 grimoires. Just that alone turned this into a precious treasure in my eyes. The moment I gently held the floating ring, the names of more than 300 magic spells appeared in my mind. First, I'll try Windshot. Using the ring as a medium, I immediately followed the instructions that appeared in my head and began learning Windshot. 300 magic spells! That thought completely took over my mind, and I could no longer think of anything but this ring. You really are an interesting kid. That enthusiasm of yours is your greatest weapon of all. Chapter 6. It was my first time trying beginner wind magic, so I wasn't able to activate it. The movement techniques and imagery needed were different from those of flames and frost magic, leaving me feeling very oddly disjointed, as if I were trying to eat with my fork and knife on opposite hands all of a sudden. However, I didn't see this as a problem. This much was expected when learning something new. Emptying my heart and mind, I continued practicing Windshot. Then, around 1 hour after I started, I did it. A bush at my hand was facing visibly swayed, not because of any natural breeze, but because of my magic. Looks like I'll be able to learn wind magic too. Now I just need to do it again and... Goodness, young master. Huh? Someone's voice cut through my concentration. When I turned around in surprise, I came face to face with a rather angry-looking maid. What's wrong? I've been calling for you since earlier, young master, she chided. It's dangerous to be here by yourself. This area has not been cleared of beasts as per the master's orders, and there may even be poisonous bugs or snakes nearby. Oh, but I'm not alone. I turned around, but the man was gone. Huh? What's the matter? Huh? Oh, I looked between the spot where the man had been and the maid who was looking at me strangely. He was there just a second ago. Where'd he go? He couldn't have been a ghost, right? In which case, should I not just mention it at all? If I went and said, "There's a guy right here, wasn't there?" then she'd probably just give me a funny look. That train of thought flitted through my mind for a split second, ending with me changing the topic. More importantly, did you need me for anything? Oh, yes. I came to deliver this to you. This is a grimoire? The maid gave me a grimoire titled Beginner Summoning Magic. It looked much older than any of the other grimoires I had seen until now. Master ordered me to hand it to you. I see. Thanks. Tell him I'll thank him in person later. Understood. The maid bowed deeply before turning around and leaving, eventually walking out of sight. A grimoire from your dad? Great timing. Whoa! My heart nearly jumped right out of my chest. I spun around to find the man sitting in the same exact spot in the same exact position. But where have you been? Nowhere. I used magic. I hid myself using a spell called invisibility. I see. So there's that kind of magic too, I marveled. It's in the ring too. It's a bit difficult, but you can take your time and learn it. Yes! Now then, seeing as people actually come by here, I can't afford to stay too long. Huh? What? What did he mean by that? I'll teach you one last thing. Open up that grimoire to any page with a spell. Okay. Then, use the ring to practice the contents. Right. Okay. I opened up the grimoire and looked through the first page that had a magic spell on it. It was a spell that summoned a salamander, a low-rank fire spirit. I followed the instructions written there. It was my first time using this magic, so normally it would have taken me at least an hour to see results. But surprisingly, a result came in an instant this time, just not the one I thought. I looked at the ring in shock. It's in, the man confirmed. What's this? Nothing big. The Magicpedia just imported the grimoire's contents, he explained. You can think of that ring as a notebook with an infinite supply of empty pages. I see. It doesn't do anything to the contents other than import them, though. Well, it saves you some space in your bag, right? The man grinned. Yes, this really helps. Try importing the others, too. Okay. I went on to do the same with the 3 other spells left in the grimoire that Father got for me, each of which summoned a low-rank elemental spirit, a sliff for wind, an undyne for water, and a gnome for earth. It only took a second each, and I finished right away. I'm done. Huh? By the time I raised my head, the man was gone. I thought he'd used invisibility again, but I immediately realized that wasn't the case. Words were being scribbled on the ground before me, like what had happened when he had taught me about prime numbers. Good luck practicing magic. Let's meet again someday. P.S. Don't tell anyone about me. I could tell that he didn't just go invisible and was actually gone for real this time. I wordlessly erased the words with my feet. I didn't know what his reasons were, but since he told me so, then I wouldn't tell a single soul. We only talked for a short while, and I had no idea what his name was even, but I'd completely accepted him as my teacher. Give me 1 second. I'm going to actually go refill my water here real quick. I will be back in a moment. goodness. At the same time? Father was baffled when he saw me practicing magic. Hey, Lumi. How are you doing? Good to see you. Oh, hey. Congratulations on taking first. How's your night going? Doing good. How about me? I am okay. Little congested at the moment. I actually just kind of popped in a Ricola out to see. That's gonna be mostly for, like, you know, the herb, for the throat more so than, like, I guess the nose. But hey, so hopefully I don't sound too bad. But you just want to pop in and chat a bit before bed? Well, hey, I'm glad you stopped by. No, good, I'm glad. As you can see, it's story time Thursday, so I was just reading through the book at the moment. So, I'm glad it sounds like you had a great day today, so that's fantastic that you're doing great. So, you know the drill. Feel free to kick back and just, you know, take a load off or anything else like that. Come on in. Sit a spell. Take your shoes off. Y'all come back now. You're Anyway. Yes, this model is actually there are actually three this was actually another of the default models. So there's like three different models that come with that actually come with Vroid Studio. You've seen the first one, which, you know, the first default model was the one that also happens to be the one that they use in webcam motion receiver. You know, in other words, this one. Right? Yep. So, this is the one, this is like default model number 1. Then there was, of course, well, that was technically default model number 3, right? So this is like the only male, this is like the only male default model or whatever that kind of comes in the box. There is also a third model. Technically it's Model B. This is actually Model C. And she looks like, hold on. Where are you? Vroid sample B. She by default looks like this. Wow, apparently she's a lot shorter too. So, this is her in her entirety. Yeah, I mean, it's a neat model. So, it's kind of cool. And like I said, these are the three built-in, or these are the three sample models, that come with that actually come with Vroid Studio. So you can just kind of, like, you know, mess with it any way that you want, or, you know, it's nice to use them to just kind of experiment and take a look at stuff, kind of mess around otherwise. So, I mean, you've already seen, like, you know, my work in progress model, which I don't really want to whip out at the moment, but and then the model, of course, that I wound up making, you saw the other day, this one. So it's pretty funny because I've had when I first started, there was like a flux of people that kind of came in and then bailed out because I was still kind of getting everything set up. I hadn't really started reading anything yet. Nobody's kind of popped by for a while. Unlike when I use either the PNG or when I had one of the female models and stuff. But of course, now that I'm flipping around the models, all of a sudden people kind of come in and I guess they see the thumbnail or something like that. So it's just kind of funny. So I thought I would actually try reading just having a male model and stuff, so people don't kind of come in and think I'm catfishing or anything weird like that. But hey, you know what? If you're just kind of kicking back and chilling and listening, does the model really matter anyway? I mean, unless you're gonna sit there and focus on, oh, what's the voice coming out of this female anime chick's mouth? But anyway. So, and again, if you're just kind of coming in here, welcome. My name is Kuriseru. We're doing a reading ASMR Thursday where I just read some bedtime stories. We're doing a number of different sample stories, the first few chapters, from a few different books tonight. So I'm just kind of kicking back and chilling. I'm also testing through some 3D software, so my actual 3D avatar is still in the works. So I'm playing with with a few of the default models, as well as just a quickie one that I put together. This particular model I threw together for April 1st, and well, people seem to think it's cute. So what the heck? You don't think the novel matters, but I guess some folks are in it for the fantasy. Well, the model. Yeah, that's understandable. Hey, you know what? Who am I to go ahead and break the illusion? I can imagine. Oh, hey, anime girl. How you doing? My immersion! No! Oh, well, but anyway. Although, I don't know. Maybe this is the last thing that I actually want to do, now that I think about it. I don't want people kind of walking in here and then suddenly going, you see? All these VTubers are actually guys! Yeah, I know. But whatever. You're cool with the deep... Well, okay. You're cool with the deep-voiced anime girl. I can get behind that, I totally dig that. Then again, you and Denko, you'll be all about that. Anyway, so I guess I will go ahead and get back to that story here real quick. Let me hydrate up again real quick here. Goodness. At the same time, Father was baffled when he saw me practicing magic. Because I didn't have enough mana, one spell would always disappear whenever I tried using 3 at once. That didn't serve as much practice for me, so I went about casting 2 spells at once. Learning magic through grimoires, or well, a Magicpedia now, was essentially learning through repetition, so naturally, doing 2 at once increased the efficiency. Come day, come night, I kept going on and on. My mana gradually increased, soon followed by the number of spells I could activate at once, ultimately leading to yet another boost in efficiency. Eventually, after 1 month, I'd become capable of activating 5 spells at once, and the total number of spells I'd learned had reached 100. Chapter 7. Recently, I'd taken to doing a certain something while practicing magic. Whenever I walked around the woods behind the manor, which, by the way, had begun feeling more like home to me than the manor itself, I would pay close attention to the ground in search of a particular thing. Looks like I found some pretty quickly again today. Beneath a tree, nurtured by the morning dew, an herb called lecukro grass had grown. The color of the soil surrounding that herb was clearly different. Gnome, I called, summoning before my eyes a low-rank earth spirit that looked like a mole. Just to make things clear, Gnome wasn't the individual spirit's name, but their species name. I could currently use 5 magic spells at once, meaning I could summon 5 gnomes at once. As such, it was highly likely that this gnome was different from the ones I'd summoned before. Thus, rather than assuming it knew what to do, I gave it clear and detailed instructions. I want you to dig out that different colored soil around the lecukro grass and compress them into balls for me. Avoid the herb itself. The gnome nodded. The next moment, the soil around the lecukro grass floated up and compressed into balls beside the gnome, which hadn't moved an inch. It seemed like manipulating soil was as simple a task for an earth spirit as breathing was for humans. Afterward, I shot out 3 fireballs, engulfing the lumps of earth in flame. Sliff. For the last of the 5 spells I could simultaneously activate, I summoned a Sliff, a low-ranked wind spirit that had the form of a naked adult, although its skin... Wait, excuse me. Scuse. Hey, what up, Bez? Thank you for the stretch, the posture check, and the hydrate. So, you know what? Let me go ahead and get those first. Let me do that stretch. Man. And a quick posture check. And let me go ahead and hydrate that while I'm at it. So, how's it going, compadre? We're just, doing Thursday story time, so... Sorry, just a second. Sorry, had a sneezing fit a second ago, so... Anyway. Sliff. For the last of the 5 spells I could simultaneously activate, I summoned a Sliff, a low-rank wind spirit that had the form of a naked adult, although its skin was green and its size was 1/3 that of a human's. As a side note, its appearance would fall under what humans categorized as female. Control the air so that it burns up more. The sylph nodded. Unlike the earth spirit that didn't have to move, the wind spirit raised its index and middle fingers in a V shape over its mouth, then blew out. Fanned by the wind, the flames burned even harder, reaching up for the sky in a straight line as if they were guided by a long and invisible chimney. And with the same effects of an actual chimney, too, as the fire engulfing the soil grew even stronger. That was how I used 5 spells at once to heat up the soil. After a while, it began melting into a sludge. Normal soil wouldn't melt so easily under heat. In fact, it would harden, which is how clay and pottery were made. Except this particular one in front of me actually was. Somehow, wherever lecukro grass grew, it altered the composition of the soil around it into something else, hence why it melted. Eventually, it formed into a hexagonal crystal. This was called a lecukro crystal. After putting the fire out and stopping the wind, I held it between my index finger and thumb. Closing one eye, I took a closer look and saw that the inside was completely see-through, revealing not even a single impurity. Lakukro crystals could be sold at a fairly good price. Its effects were simple. It instantly recovered any mana that was consumed when casting magic. This could earn me some good money, although a noble, fifth their son or not, had no real need to earn money in the first place. Regardless, it had only been 2 months since I entered this 12-year-old body, so the instincts I had from my original lifestyle in my previous body remained strong. I felt restless if I didn't work, so I began making Lakukro crystals. By supporting the multi-step process with all the beginner magic I'd learned over the past 2 months, I was able to produce these crystals while also practicing my magic. The bigger my pile of Lakukro crystals grew, the more my magic proficiency improved as well. This 2 birds with 1 stone approach raised my mana with each passing day. Liam. Oh, Father. When I got back to the manor, Father called out to me, his eyes never once leaving me as I ran over to his side. Ever since he learned that I could use magic, he would always call me over like this whenever we ran into each other in the manor. In my first month here, we barely exchanged 10 words of conversation despite us living together in the same manor. All things considered, it was a pretty incredible change of heart. Did you go into the woods again? Yes, I was making the Lakukro crystals. He hummed. Show me. Okay. I took out the crystals I just made and handed them over. Father held them between his fingers like I did, bringing them close to his face and observing them closely. Quite the high level of purity, he observed. It's just shy of 100%, close to perfect. Is that so? The higher the purity, the quicker it recovers mana. That's true. Impurities impeded mana absorption. That was written in the book where I first learned about Lakukro grass from. With this level of purity, Father continued, this would be the kind of crystal that the capital of an Imperial Magus unit would keep for emergencies. Is that so? How did you make it? Well, I laid out the whole process to him. I ordered a low-rank earth spirit to extract soil that had been altered by Lakukro grass and heated it up with 3 fireballs that were further fanned by a low-rank wind spirit, ultimately melting the soil. I explained it all to him without hiding a single thing, after which Father looked at me with the gaze of a proud parent. So you used 5 spells at once, meaning you did 5 magis worth of work by yourself. Yes. It was only some time after that my teacher taught me that I learned very few people could actually use this technique. Apparently, among the publicly recognized magi, in other words, those who either served the country or registered as adventurers, there were less than 5 who could pull it off. That was just how rare this special technique was. Well done. Keep it up. Thank you. It had only been 2 months since this man became my father, but it still made me happy when he looked at me so proudly and praised me like this. Chapter 8. Hey, you're driving home. Ooh, hey. You're driving home right now. Watch out for that tree. Watch the pothole. Yes. Tonight's audiobook. In case you were wondering. Today we are currently reading I am a noble on the brink of ruin, so I might as well try mastering magic. I'll be switching over books in a little bit. We're almost at the end of this part, so. Anyway, Chapter 8. One day, while scouring the woods for more Lakukro grass, I noticed a 1 meter wide elevated patch of soil that looked particularly dark in color. Curious, I got closer and grabbed a handful of it. Wait, this isn't soil, I muttered to myself. Is it iron sand? I pinched some of that grainy material and sprinkled a tiny bit of it on my tongue as a test. It certainly was iron sand. It tasted like it. And looking at the elevated patch, there seemed to be quite a lot of it buried underneath. Iron, huh? Back in the day, I would sometimes find patches of iron sand in the wild. They were usually too small for any decent merchant to ever consider digging up to sell, but it was still enough to be useful to one's daily life on an individual level. Although in my case, I dug them up and sold them in town for some small change for the most part. However, from what I could tell, the pile of iron sand before me now was big enough for a family of commoners. Still not enough to sell for decent earnings, but it felt like such a waste to leave it be too. I stared at it for a while. Iron is made under high temperature, right? I returned to the manor and looked through her archives. As one would expect from a noble's grand collection, it even contained a book that outlined how to produce iron, which was kept a secret from commoners. I may be the fifth son, but I was still a noble through and through. Nobody could stop me from reading how to make iron. Armed with knowledge, I went back to the patch of iron sand that I found. Gnome. First, I summoned a low-class earth spirit. When the mole-like spirit appeared before me, I ordered it. Make a big earthen pot and have it float at the height of a table. The gnome nodded before taking some earth from the ground and making a bucket-sized pot. There, I threw in some of the iron sand, about one person's worth for starters. Salamander. Next, I called on a salamander, a low-class fire spirit that looked like a giant flaming lizard. It was surprisingly cute in appearance, but was made of fire and thus couldn't be touched or petted. Heat up the iron sand in the pot, I told it. Slowly raise the temperature and stop when I tell you to. The salamander wordlessly jumped into the pot, gradually heating up the iron inside it until it melted. The color changed as the temperature rose, and as the grainy bits began merging together, it slowly turned into a pool of viscous orange liquid. Stop. When the salamander stopped increasing the temperature at my word, the color settled into what it was now. This was why I summoned a salamander instead of casting fireball. It was so I could adjust the temperature. When I was making the Kukro crystals, all I needed was to make it hotter and hotter up until it reached the soil's melting point. Then I just had to stop altogether before cooling it off. However, that wouldn't work when making iron. This time around, I needed to keep it at a temperature at which iron would melt but earth wouldn't, a task that called for a fire spirit rather than some fireballs. Gnome, I called again, summoning a third spirit at the same time. Incidentally, so long as the summoned spirit was still manifested, the spell was considered as currently in use. So, in other words, although I had summoned them all at different times, I was still technically using 3 spells at once. This was the reason summoners with sufficient mana mainly summoned high-rank spirits rather than low-rank ones. Since they could only summon one at a time, a high rank was clearly better than a low rank. Anyway, I digress. Make an earthen mold, I ordered the second gnome. After I additionally detailed the shape I wanted to the spirit, it quickly made a 20 centimeter wide hollow block of earth with a hole at the top and placed it beneath the pot. Then I told the first gnome, open a hole in the bottom of the pot and let the iron drip down from there. A hole opened up at the bottom of the pot, through which the iron dripped down. This was exactly what I needed the spirits for, their mastery over their respective elements. Thanks to that, the iron flowed perfectly into the mold without ever straying by even a single millimeter. Stop. When I gave the order, the bottom of the pot was sealed up completely. The iron that had flowed into the mold began rapidly cooling off, eventually settling from the burning orange color down to a typical metallic color. Remove the mold, I instructed next. The second gnome cleanly peeled the earthen mold off, leaving not even a single speck of dust behind. Then, having lost its support, the iron on the inside clattered onto the ground. Although a gnome could make earth float, it couldn't do the same with iron. Undine. To finish things off, I called an undine to cool it down before I picked up the finished product, an exquisitely beautiful rose. Each individual petal was so well made and realistic that it felt as if a fresh rosy scent would begin wafting through the air at any moment. I've never seen such precise iron craftsmanship before, I couldn't help muttering in awe. The finished product was so impressive, if I do say so myself, that it would undoubtedly be worthy of becoming our region's local specialty, provided there were blacksmiths or craftsmen who could make something of this caliber. The book I had read said that anybody could melt iron, as all they needed to do was toss some ore and iron sand into a furnace, feed it some charcoal, and crank the heat up. The problem then lay in shaping that untouchable burning iron into the form that you wanted. Using an earthen vessel to contain the iron was also an idea I got from the book, but it also said that this method produced uneven surfaces and could thus only be used to make simple things like an axe's blade. With the help of the gnomes, however, I was able to use this method to produce a beautiful iron rose, marking it a complete success. In which case, I could even try making a golden rose. No, I can even shape any metal as I please. Because I was the fifth son of a noble, I knew that I had to put my efforts into this. I was confident that this skill could keep me fed for the rest of my life. I was sure of it. Chapter 9. This iron rose was nice and all, but I wasn't sure if it'd make me much dough. It wasn't a commodity after all. In fact, no matter how I sliced it, this was clearly a luxury good. Whether or not this could even serve as a proper source of income for me was shaky at best. As I was trying to brainstorm for better ideas, I caught sight of the patch of iron sand. That black iron sand. Black. White is better, I quietly mumbled to myself. This was something I knew even before I became a noble. I returned to the manor once more, but instead of doing research in the archive room, I was instead on my way to use some knowledge I'd always had from the start, but simply never had the ability to make use of. Alright. Deciding to give it a try first, I used flame cutter to cut down a tree trunk that was about as thick as an arm. Gnome, I chanted next, summoning the mole-like earth spirit from in front of me. Encase this trunk in earth, and make sure that it's sealed airtight. Add a small hole at the top too. The gnome nodded and followed obediently. This was normally done with mud, but while mud was fine while it was wet, air would get in once it dried up. With the gnome's help, however, the earth could be controlled such that it wouldn't let any air through, so there was no need to use mud in the first place. And just to be safe, next I summoned a low-rank wind spirit. Sylph, can you split the air into its burnable and unburnable components? The air contained components that could and could not be set on fire. I knew that there was a difference, but not exactly what that difference was. All I knew was that there was burnable air and unburnable air. The sylph clearly nodded in response to my question. In that case, I'll start burning this now. Make sure to keep any unburnable air out of it. The wind spirit firmly nodded again. Ordinarily, this would be quite the ridiculous request to make, but this here was a spirit that held power over wind. Splitting the components of the air must be a walk in the park for it. And with that, fireball! I used the last 3 slots of magic that I could use at once to make 3 fireballs. I just needed pure firepower to increase the temperature as much as I could, so this was better than calling on a salamander. As the fireballs continued to burn the trunk encased in earth, smoke gradually began coming out of the hole. Seal the hole, gnome. The gnome obeyed my order, closing it up so the smoke couldn't escape. Thus, the lump of earth continued burning under these extremely high temperatures, courtesy of the complete airtight seal and segregation of unburnable air, both of which were normally difficult to achieve. More than 10 minutes passed like that. It should be done soon, I assessed, muttering to myself. Gnome, peel the earth off once the flames are put out. As I had ordered, they peeled off the earth that had encased the trunk at almost exactly the same time as when the flames went out. What emerged from beneath all that was now white. It also used to be as thick as an arm, but now was only as thick as a bone. I picked it up and knocked on it with my middle finger's knuckle. Knock knock. It made a clear metallic sound. What I just created was charcoal, specifically white charcoal. Normal black charcoal was made under moderate heat in a moderately closed-off container. It was easy to make in large quantities, so commoners could easily purchase them too. In contrast, white charcoal was made under extreme heat and under extremely airtight containment. It produced much higher temperature compared to black charcoal, and most important of all, it barely produced any smoke, making it last longer as well. It was characterized by the metallic glass-like sound it made when knocked on, as well as how much tougher it was than black charcoal. Because of how difficult it was to make, it was more expensive than its counterpart, but it also went for a pretty good price thanks to its high heat production and significant lack of smoke. That about summed up this white charcoal I just made, but isn't this tougher than sun coal? Sun coal was the most popular brand of white charcoal around. It was named as such not only because of the product itself, but because of the intense heat and sun-like color it produced when used. When I tested my charcoal out, it started burning even hotter and brighter than the sun coal I once saw before. This could actually be... So, that was the first two parts from I'm a noble on the brink of ruin, so I might as well try mastering magic. What did you guys think? I've read so far the first volume, and I liked it well enough. It's not the typical isekai where a guy comes from like a modern civilization and then gets like, reincarnated or transmigrated into another world. This isn't really completely clear whether or not this person was a commoner in this same world that got that basically reincarnated, but this person was definitely a commoner from someplace that had magic, who got reincarnated into this noble, got reincarnated as this noble child, Liam. Was okay. You usually don't have strong feelings about most light novels. That's fair. It's completely fair. I appreciate you sticking around and hanging out. So let's see here. So that was... Okay, so you know what? I have another story that I want to check out here. So let me see here. Let me kind of go back. Oh, my computer's going slow today. Oh, I read that last week. Okay. Let's do this one. Wow, this happens to be in the... So, I am kind of taking the easy route. I'm reading through like the stuff on J Novel Club. So, You like the moments of discovery when they're trying to figure out the magic or the science or whatever? Yeah. See, I like those elements of the world building. You know, it's pretty cool that when they demonstrate like the whole they're trying to figure out how this works and the actual magic system, and I like it when it's actually a pretty well thought out system. You know, at least that seems reasonably thought out, and also where the where the author isn't really just kind of pulling crap out of their ass, where you can kind of tell that they have no idea how how physical laws work. So okay, so you know what, this one, this actually just had an anime this past season. And so, I haven't screen capped this because this actually just kind of went on this week. So let me get the actual, what you call it. Let me go ahead and get the book cover. Let me get this changed over here real quick. I have a feeling there's no way I'm going to actually get this title to fit. Oh, hey, look at that. It actually fit. Alrighty. So, my instant death ability is so overpowered, no one in this other world stands a chance against me. I actually read this. I read several volumes of this a while back. It's an okay story. I liked it well enough, but there was some give or take about it. Anywho, let me hydrate and then I'll just jump right into it. Chapter 1. Die. Yogiri Takato awoke to the sound of shouting right beside him. Turning bleary eyes towards the voice, he found a girl with disheveled hair shaking his shoulders. "Who are you again?" A strange feeling came over him. He was in the middle of a school trip, on a sightseeing bus. Since he was sitting at the window at the very back of the bus, there should have only been other guys around him. "Tomochika Danora," the girl shouted desperately. It was one of his classmates, he finally remembered. He couldn't recall most of their names, but hers was a bit strange, so it left something of an impression on him. Ah, Danora. Did we arrive already? He asked, rubbing sleep from his eyes. Their bus was heading to a ski resort in Nagano. It was kind of odd for Tomochika to be the one waking him up, as they had never spoken to each other before, but it was about the right time for them to have arrived. No, I just didn't know what to do. I have no idea what you're talking about. How could you possibly sleep through everything that just happened? Wondering what she meant by that, Yogiri looked down at the aisle of the bus. The view before him had been twisted. The frame of the bus they were in had been crushed, and a white object of some sort had punched through the side of the vehicle, impaling one of the boys in his class. Ah, yeah, that's a hell of a mess, isn't it? Satisfied that he'd confirmed the source of Tomochika's hysteria, Yogiri continued to survey the scene. A number of holes were visible in the roof and walls of the deformed bus. A girl was lying in the aisle between the seats, covered in blood. Judging by the large hole in her chest, it was safe to say she was dead. The rest of the bus was empty, so the other students had probably already fled. Aside from the two of them, the only living person left was the impaled guy, but that probably wouldn't last for long. The object protruding from him looked like some sort of spear, white with a number of thin spikes on it. You got up to get tea and now we're here? Yep. Title is too much. It is, isn't it? It's a hell of a thing. So, the object protruding from him looked like some sort of spear, white with a number of thin spikes on it. But it couldn't be something so inorganic. It was writhing. You're just having a time, don't mind you, okay. It was writhing. With the way it trembled slightly, stretching and recoiling, it had to be part of some sort of creature. As far as what that creature might be, Yogiri didn't know of any animal with such an enormous, unsightly appendage. What's going on here? I don't know. How would I know? Apparently, Tomochika was upset. Yogiri looked out the window. Some sort of enormous, scaled creature had wrapped itself around the bus. A snake? No, probably more like a lizard. In any case, it was kind of gross. Picking up a karaoke microphone from the floor by his feet, Yogiri threw it at the spear-like appendage. The moment the microphone struck, a terrible screeching sound filled the air. The spear thing quickly withdrew from the bus, dropping its captive to the floor. As the startled, enormous creature distanced itself from the vehicle, Yogiri was finally able to get a good look at its entire body. Oh, it's a wyvern? A type of dragon, walking on two legs with enormous wings. The appendage in question was situated between its legs, meaning it was likely the creature's genitals. As hard as it was to believe that an aroused dragon had attacked them, as the evidence seemed to indicate, something outside the window was even more shocking. All around them stretched nothing but bright grassland. Wasn't it night when I went to sleep? And wasn't there snow everywhere? Who cares? What if you just made it angry? Tomochika shouted, shaking Yogiri back and forth by his neck. With his now shaky vision, he noticed something out of the corner of his eyes. The dragon was glaring at them. As if its rage were taking physical form, flames began to leak from its mouth. Ah, Yogiri blurted out, perking up with excitement. What, did you find a way to get us out of this? Tomochika said, her eyes suddenly filling with hope. What? No, I was just thinking. I guess this is what dragon car sex looks like. What are you talking about? Dragon car sex was a fairly unique but very real fetish. Yogiri opened his mouth to explain that, but before he could speak, the situation had already changed. The wyvern roared. With a flap of its wings, The comically large creature lifted itself into the air and swooped straight down towards them. Well, this is a problem. The seats and walls around them were warped, and the already narrow walkway was littered with corpses. Getting out in time seemed improbable. I guess that's how it goes, Yogiri thought to himself. This was the way his life would end. His attachment to it was pretty thin anyway. No, I can't take it anymore! As Yogiri calmly gave in to his fate, Tomochika wrapped herself tightly around him. As her rather significant chest pressed into him, something changed. Well, this isn't such a bad feeling. No matter how antisocial he was still a man. In a situation like this, even he couldn't help but develop a sort of urge to protect her. As such, he decided to use that power, though he told himself he never would. Significant. Die. With his target in his sights, Yogiri unleashed his ability. The dragon's wings instantly stopped moving and it spiraled downwards into the grass. The force of the impact threw dirt and debris up into the air as its enormous body slid across the ground. The bus shook as the monster struck the side of it, though the friction from the slide had slowed it down and weakened the impact. Yogiri barely felt it. So, what do we do now? The danger seemed to have passed for the moment, but the situation they were in was still as bizarre as ever. We're safe, by the way, Danura. Really? She continued to cling to him for a while, but when nothing more seemed to be happening, she timidly raised her head and stepped back. But why? What even happened? She said, her expression dumbstruck as she looked out the window. That's kind of what I want to ask, but there's no point while you're still so flustered. We can talk after you've calmed down. It's a manga, but he's so easily moved to use his power. Yes, there is. There is. I don't exactly remember how they unfold, but it gets there. In deciding what they should do next, he would need to know the details of their current situation. For that, he would need her help. So until she had relaxed a bit, he might as well wait. Pulling out a portable game console from his bag, he switched it on. It was a fairly popular hunting game, but Yogiri himself had only started it recently. Are you actually playing Monster Hunter right now? Seriously? In spite of her obvious shock, Tomochika was unexpectedly composed. Maybe she'd be ready to talk sooner than he thought. Chapter 2. My combat level is 530,000, you know? You just want to feel like the situation is actually dire? Well, it kinda is for everyone but him. Okay, Captain Savaho. Well, you know, he was he wasn't exactly moved, but, you know, he was pressed. Or impressed. Or, you know, whatever boobs do when they're pressing up against her back, I don't know. Whatever. It moved him to go ahead and actually, like, you know, do something as opposed to just be all ambivalent and shit. Hey, why don't we go outside already? And do what? It's not like we can guarantee it's safe out there. I appreciate the level-headedness of your response, but could you at least put down Monster Hunter while saying it? Yogiri and Tomochika were still sitting in the rearmost seat of the tour bus. Yogiri was playing his game, waiting for Tomochika to calm down. Also, I've been watching for a while, but aren't you really bad at the game? It's kind of strange. Why does the third hit on the lance have so much wind-up? I was never this bad before. You're playing it in Bushido style, right? Why not try switching to Striker style? That should remove the windup from the last hit of your 3-hit combo. Wait, seriously? Yeah, seriously. As instructed, Yogiri switched styles. Sure enough, the controls immediately returned to what he was used to. Oh, nice! Also, you're far too reckless with your attacks. If you're going to use the lance, even if you can fit in 3 strikes, just do 2 instead. Or if you can fit in 2 strikes, only do 1. You always have to be ready to block or evade. Is this really the time to be talking about it, though? What are you, Denora? Some sort of lance god? Seems like common sense to me, she said somewhat unconvincingly. So, have you calmed down a bit? This is like... So, have you calmed down a bit? I guess. It feels wrong to be okay in a situation where people have died, though. So maybe it's just some sort of shock. Even the smell isn't bothering me anymore. If that was the case, she was probably okay, Yogiri thought to himself. Returning his game console to its sleeve, he turned to actually leave. Then why don't you tell me what happened? You really march to the beat of your own drum, don't you? But fine, I'll explain. Basically, it seems we're in some sort of parallel world. There was someone who called herself a sage, and she said we were all sage candidates. Then Yazuki started dividing us all up. Hold on, I don't get it at all. Can you start from the actual start? Right. Okay. Tomochika began to explain from the very beginning. Backseaters, am I right? During the trip, the bus emerged from a tunnel, and they suddenly found themselves in a grassy field. Huh? Tomochika blurted out as she stared absent-mindedly at the landscape from her window seat. Moments before, they had been passing by mounds of snow at night, but now they were speeding through grasslands in daylight. Before long, the other students began to notice as well, and chaos erupted soon after. What's going on, Mikochi? She asked Rumiko Jugasaki, the girl sitting beside her. We're in some sort of field, I guess. Yeah, I can figure that out by looking. The tunnel they had just passed through was nowhere to be found, and the bus was now traveling through a thick field with no road. As the confused students began to panic, the bus came to a sudden stop. Moments later, a woman in a white dress boarded the vehicle. She looked kind of dorky, like she was doing some sort of magical girl cosplay. That was Tomochika's first impression of her anyway. Greetings, sage candidates. My name is Sion, granddaughter of the great sage. Although Tomochika was normally one to butt in with all sorts of comments, this time her bewilderment left her speechless. That was probably for the best, though. Speaking carelessly would have been a mistake, as was soon demonstrated by their homeroom teacher. Who are you? What are you? Despite the teacher's assertive attempt, he never managed to finish what he was saying. As he stepped towards her, Sion casually placed her hands on his head, which exploded with a light pop, showering the front rows of the bus in blood and brain matter. Everyone, please quiet down. Your best course of action in the moment is to bottle up all your feelings and just tremble in fear for a bit. Listen to me and don't do anything stupid. The students fell silent. In that one moment, the woman had displayed just how terrifying she was. I have no intention of harming any of you, but that only holds true if you don't upset me. Please pay careful attention. My combat level is 530,000, you know? The students were frozen in place. Even Tomochika bit her tongue. I was hoping I could just smile here, she said, lifting her hand towards the driver's seat. From that hand, a light began to shine. In an instant, the driver, chair and all, was burned to a crisp. You see? It bothered me that it looked like he was trying to get away, so I ended up killing him. As Sion spoke, with seemingly no regard for the lives she had just taken, the students shrank back from her. You may think me unreasonable, but this is simply the way of the world. Darkness is only a single step away and all that. Now, why don't I explain the situation to you? As you may have noticed, you are no longer in the world you call home. I have summoned you into a parallel world. There was no way they could believe such a claim offhand, but despite the bewildering circumstances, the students didn't make a sound. They had decided it was best not to do anything unnecessary. I summoned you in search of candidates to become sages. The sages rule this world, but sometimes our number drops a bit, so from time to time our ranks require replenishment. She raised her right hand toward the students. As the bus filled with light, Tomochika prepared herself for the worst, but no such thing happened. Timidly opening her eyes, she saw Romiko's body glowing with a blue light in the seat beside her. The students across the aisle were also glowing, in red and yellow. Standing up, Tomochika looked around the bus. Everyone was glowing in a full rainbow of colors. What's happening? Wait, why aren't I glowing too? Not that I wanted to glow or anything, but it felt like she was about to be separated from everybody. Chapter 3. Everyone, listen to me. With the students glowing in a variety of colors, the inside of the bus had taken on a fantastical atmosphere. The color denotes the differences in your strength, but to put it simply, it's safe for you to assume that those of you who are glowing now are strong. After a short while, the light will disappear. I recommend that you keep in mind who among you looks the strongest, though. After all, if you gather the most powerful people around you, your chance of survival will increase. As if taking Sion's warning all too seriously, the students began frantically looking around the bus. Although Tomochika wasn't the only one who wasn't glowing, there were very few like her. I've installed a system called Battle Song version 02.87.05.11 into all of you. If the installation was successful, you should see a number of license logos appearing in front of your eyes. It may seem annoying at first, but you'll only see them on startup, so please bear with it for now. Still standing at this point, Tomochika finally took her seat and began watching the space in front of her intently, but the only thing she saw was the seat in front of her. Nothing like what Sion had described was appearing. Mikuchi, can you see anything? Tomochika asked her friend, beginning to get anxious. Yeah, there were a bunch of colorful letters, but I can't read them. Oh, it says status. It's just Japanese. What is this? So everyone except her could see it after all. Tomochika was struck by another uncomfortable feeling. Being set apart from everybody else in a situation like this was bad. This system is called the gift in this world. Using your gift, please aim for the rank of sage. I suppose we should set a time limit as well. For now, why don't we say 1 month? Excuse me. Steeling herself, Tomochika rose from her seat again and called to Sion. What is it? May I ask a question? Of course, Sion said with a gentle smile. I didn't glow at all, and I can't see any logos or anything. Well then. Sion's expression turned sympathetic. Unfortunately, there are some people who just aren't compatible. There's nothing we can do about it, so please don't give it another thought. Dismissed so quickly, Tomochika was struck speechless. The feeling that she was in a very bad situation was intensifying. Now then, let us continue. All of you will be working together as a single unit known as a clan. From this clan, you must produce at least one sage. You can all work together to prop up one person, or everyone can try to get there by themselves. I'll leave the method entirely up to you. Excuse me, why us? As desperation began to settle in, Tomochika's usual belligerence was re-emerging. The surrounding students began to turn sharp gazes in her direction, as if willing her not to speak out. It's just statistics. Our calculations suggested that this particular group has a high probability of turning out a sage. Excuse me, what happens if no one can become a sage? Yes, that. I guess I'd have to turn you into livestock and use you to produce magical energy. You would all be put into a dark, cramped tank for the rest of your lives. So do your best to succeed, okay? Faced with a future even more tragic than she had imagined, Tomochika was once again speechless. But if even one of you attains the rank of sage, then the rest of you will become their attendants, and will be accorded a degree of authority in this world. That I can guarantee. In 1 hour, we will begin your first mission. Try not to get wiped out right at the start, okay? With those parting words, Sion stepped off the bus. Almost immediately, the students erupted into chaos. What's even happening? I don't get it at all, Tomochika said, falling back into her seat with a thud. Ah, the mission details are here, Rumiko said matter-of-factly, as if completely unfazed by the circumstances. According to Rumiko, the details of the mission were as follows. Had become a major of battery, no biggie, yeah, right? First mission. Objective. Depart from your current location of the Dragon Plains to reach the city in the north. Main enemy, dragons, average level 1000. Advice. Humans are a dragon's favorite food. If you exit the bus without any sort of plan, you will likely be attacked. In addition, you currently lack the power to defeat a dragon yourselves. Until the mission starts, the bus will be protected by a barrier, so you'll be safe. Put a plan together so you will be ready to act when the time comes. No, a dragon would be... Tomochika looked out the window. The landscape around them looked like nothing more than idyllic scenery, completely at odds with the idea of it housing such dangerous monsters. Everyone, listen to me. As the chaos continued unabated, a single student stood up. Suguro Yazaki, one of the leaders of the class. Between his good grades, great looks, and extraordinary athletic ability, he was a boy with no faults. He could be rather inflexible at times, but that was likely a result of his penchant for justice. When he raised his voice, the other students immediately fell quiet. Although I have no idea what's going on here, it seems there's nothing we can do except try to clear this mission. For that, we will have to work together. He had essentially just declared himself the leader, but it seemed most of the other students were okay with that. If they had held a poll, he almost certainly would have been chosen anyway, so there wasn't much in the way of objection. Is it really okay to leave this to Yazaki? Tomochika whispered to Rumiko, giving voice to her slight feelings of opposition. Well, we need someone to manage us for now, right? I think Yazaki is probably well suited for the job. That may be true, but even acknowledging that, she couldn't help but get a bad vibe from the way it had been so arbitrarily decided. First, I'd like to get a handle on everyone's abilities. Could you all write down your names and statuses down in this book? No one objected. Chapter 4. It's a skill that makes you popular. At the front of the bus, with Suguro Yazaki at the center, an escape plan was being hatched. Why is he so calm though, right? The students who, like Tomochika, hadn't glowed at all earlier had been sent to the back, where they were being totally excluded. Besides Tomochika herself, there were 3 others suffering the same fate. Ayaka Shinozaki, rich and with a very domineering personality, she was disliked enough that she had no friends in the class. Yuichiro Kiryu, in a word, a delinquent. He had a rather rough personality, so most people kept their distance. Yoguri Takato. Most of his time at school was spent sleeping, so he was rarely interacted with his classmates. Is he honestly sleeping right now? Kiryu said. giving Yoguri an exasperated look. Sitting in the back of the bus from the beginning, the tumult that had struck earlier hadn't been enough to rouse him. Now that you mention it, he's always asleep, isn't he? Who cares? Why did I get stuck in this situation? Ayaka exploded at Tomochika in response to her thinking out loud. Not like I know either. Tomochika looked toward the front of the bus. The discussion appeared to be proceeding smoothly. Rather than arguing, it seemed like everyone was eating up everything that Yazuki suggested. After a while, the students began to get off the bus. It had been about an hour. Mission start, or something like that. Not even a word to us, huh? Let's go, Kiryu said, heading to the front of the bus. Takato, everyone's leaving. Wake up, Tomochika said, shaking him lightly. But it didn't seem like he wanted to wake up at all. Just leave him. He likes to sleep, doesn't he? Who cares about Yoguri anyway? Ayaka turned to follow Kiryu. While she wasn't exactly happy about it, there wasn't much Tomochika could do if he wouldn't wake up. As she made up her mind to leave, she noticed the two in front of her had stopped in front of the bus. Wondering what the delay was, Tomochika moved up behind them. What are you trying to pull here? Kiryu said, the threat heavy in his voice. Standing in front of the exit was Yazuki and Asuha Kuriyama. Sorry, but we can't take you with us. We need you to stay here, Yazuki said, his tone anything but apologetic. Oh, just cutting us clean off, are you? Who died and made you king? Not a king, just the general, Yazuki replied, pulling casually on the handrail by the exit. As he did, the solid metal bar changed shape. This is a general's power. For those of us who got the gift, even being level 1, our bodies have become this strong. Bringing normal humans like you would just slow us down. You understand, right? Seeing Yazuki's clearly inhuman power, Kiryu went stiff. But if you're that strong, you should have no problems keeping us safe, right? Ayaka said with a hint of desperation. Please understand, we're not exactly happy about this, but thinking of the class as a whole, we have no choice but to leave you behind if you don't have powers. So then don't protect us, don't even look after us, but you can at least let us follow you, right? Tomochika pleaded. After all, they would be quite helpless if they were just abandoned here. We can't do that either. To be honest, leaving you here is part of our plan. Okay then, let's have you all looking nice and attractive. Charm up! Before Tomochika could ask exactly what that plan was, Asuha made her move. Raising a hand, she held her palm towards them, and their bodies began to glow. What's happening? Asu, what did you do? The light soon dissipated, but there didn't seem to be any difference. There was no way that all she had done was make them glow for a bit, though. Her class is Beauty Coordinator. It's a specialized buff skill. After going through everyone's abilities, we decided it would be useful as a way of managing aggro. In short, we've decided to use you guys as bait. Bait? It took a moment for what they were saying to sink in. Tomochi, you know this charm up skill I used on you? It will make you, like, super popular. After using some of our other skills to search for nearby enemies, we found there's only a single dragon somewhere above us. In other words, if it comes after you guys, then the rest of us should be able to reach the city safely. Are you saying everyone agreed to this plan? What about Mikochi? There's no way she would have agreed to this. By Mikochi, you mean Jugasaki? Of course she agreed. Sorry, but it's not like we're saying you have to die or anything. All you have to do is hold its attention for a while. If you stay in here, you should be alright. As if trying to convince herself, Asuha gave a short laugh before stepping off the bus. Yazuki followed her, closing the door behind him by force. Kiryu immediately rushed through the door. Damn it, I can't get it open! How strong is this guy? What do we do now? How would I know? What's going on? Why is this happening to me? As the three of them descended into a panic, the air shook with a roar. That was a dragon? They couldn't see it, but Tomochika's instincts told her that a sound like that had to come from something truly monstrous. The windows! We can get out through the windows, right? At Kiryu's words, Tomochika approached the nearby window, only to find that it was sealed shut. Looking out, she could see her other classmates running away as fast as they could. The effort they exerted in doing so showed her just how close the source of their fear was. I have to do something quick. Tomochika threw a fist at the window in an attempt to break it, but she never even made contact. The bus shook with enough force to nearly throw the vehicle on its side, sending it flying. Is everyone okay? Tomochika called out, pulling herself up from the aisle. The only answer was Kiryu's terrified scream from the front of the bus where he had been thrown. Between the two of them, Ayaka had collapsed, covered in blood. A long, thin, white object had punched straight through the roof and into her chest. Seeing Shinozaki get stabbed, I ran over here to get away, but someone was already back here sleeping up a storm, Tomochika said with a hint of bitterness. A parallel world. How am I supposed to charge my handheld then? Really? That's the first thing that stood out to you about this story? But as far as Yogiri was concerned, with his handheld's life on the line, this was now a serious situation. It's crazy how immediate power is already going to their head. Yep, be freaking out for a minute. Yeah, exactly. Right? Chapter 5. It looked like an Adamski type. Putting the issue of charging aside for now, I guess I didn't glow, so I was left behind. Did you see something now? Do you see something now that you've never seen before? You mean like the logo and mission stuff you were talking about earlier? No, it all looks pretty much the same to me. He focused hard on his current field of view, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. That's what I thought. The people who glowed could all see information floating around, like a health gauge was always visible in the corner apparently. It's pretty common in games, I suppose. I guess. Mikochi doesn't really play video games that much, so she couldn't explain it very well. This Mikochi was a friend of yours? And she just left you behind and went with everyone else? It wasn't hard for Yogiri to accept the fact that he had been abandoned by everyone else. Rather, it seemed natural. He had barely even spoken to his classmates after all. But Tomochika should have been different. Sure, Yogiri wasn't particularly well versed in the interpersonal relationships of the class, but his impression was that Tomochika was someone who would have a lot of friends. I think Yazaki did something, she answered with a bitter expression. Of course, she didn't want to believe that she'd been betrayed. If a beauty coordinator can manipulate someone's attractiveness, it's possible that a general can manipulate someone's behavior, I suppose. But with all this stuff about classes and levels and skills, it's sounding more and more like a video game. It's interesting for there to be powers like that, Yogiri thought. If we believe General Yazaki's words, then there was only one dragon. In that case, it should be safe for us to go outside now, he continued, looking out the window at the massive body nearby. The creature was totally unmoving. Clearly, it was no longer a threat. Actually, did you do something to it, Takazu? Tomochika asked, her voice wavering slightly. It just fell and died on its own. Well, that's a lie if I ever heard one. Don't believe me then, that's fine. Well, it's hard to believe you could do something, but to think it just randomly died. While he wasn't particularly concerned about hiding his ability, it would have been a chore to explain it just then, so he decided to leave the conversation for later. The dragon really helps sell the idea of this being a parallel world. Or maybe it does the opposite. How could this not be a parallel world? Well, Some grossly rich guy could have kidnapped us and is putting us through some sort of snuff movie performance, right? It's easier to believe the dragon was made with genetic engineering than to believe that we were transported to another world. Well, that's just because you didn't see the Great Sage's granddaughter. She was definitely using magic. Something came out of her hand and everything. Now that she mentioned it, Yoguri had no way of knowing whether Tomochika was actually telling him the truth. But if he started doubting her, there would be no end to it, so he decided to believe her for now. If a problem arose later, he could modify his assumptions then. We're not helping anything by staying here anyway, so why don't we take a look outside? Stepping over the bodies in the aisle, Yoguri headed for the exit. Although he had been told the door was unopenable, the dragon's attack had done considerably more damage. Looks like we should be able to manage it. Or something wrong? He was speaking as if Tomochika was right beside him, but there was no reply. Turning around, he found her hesitating by Kiryu's body. I know there's nothing we can do if they're dead, but I still feel bad by just leaving them here. Ah. Yoguri walked back to the length of the bus and put Kiryu and Aka back into their seats. After that, he and Tomochika made their way to the exit. With one swift kick, the damaged door burst open with a loud noise. No point in trying to be stealthy now. Without hesitation, Yoguri stepped out into the grassland. Looks like spring. A gentle breeze washed over the field around them. See, this is definitely a different world. It was winter up until now, right? The southern hemisphere has different seasons than we do, though. It's still more believable that they put our bus on a boat or something and took it to another country. You're really stuck on this, aren't you? I think it's stranger to immediately believe we're in a different world. There's plenty of proof, though. Ah! She'd been looking around restlessly as they spoke, and it seemed that she had found something. Yoguri followed her gaze, and he saw, floating in the air, a flying saucer. With nothing to compare it to, it was hard to gauge the distance, but it looked to be at least a few kilometers ahead of them. There was also some sort of upside-down, bowl-shaped object floating on top of the disc. As they watched, it began to ascend. Following its flight into the sky, Yoguri was dumbfounded. Numerous rock formations were floating as well. Many of them were hidden by the clouds, so they must have been at quite an altitude. As the flying saucer approached one of these formations, it finally disappeared from view. See? There are floating castles and everything. This is a different world for sure, right? There's a whole floating continent. For some reason, she sounded rather proud. It looked like an Adamsi type, didn't it? Why do you care about what shape it was? Just admit it. This is a different world. Alright, I get it. Let's say it's a parallel world then. The hypothesis that this was just a foreign country had been doomed from the start anyway. For now, he'd accept the theory that they were in a whole new place. But why a UFO? Couldn't they find something more appropriate? Tomochika suddenly shouted to no one in particular. Glad you're doing well, Danura. So, what do we do now? Well, I guess we need to get moving, Yoguri said, looking around. The grasslands extended in every direction around them. The distant castle walls were probably the destination of the first mission the others had been set. If that was north, then the forest he saw some distance away must have been west. They were gently sloping hills to the south and east, so he couldn't see very far in those directions. City, forest, or hills. 3 choices, I guess. I suppose we should avoid the forest at least. Yoguri wanted to avoid forests wherever possible. For people like them, born and raised in cities, a forest would present far too many unknowns. On top of that, being in another world, who knew what kind of surprises such an environment might harbor? The city. If there are people, it might be the best choice, but that's where the classmates who had abandoned them would be. That might be a bit of a sticking point for Tomochika. Let's find our luggage first. They all ran off in a hurry, right? They did run off with nothing, yeah. There might even be a portable charger or something. What is it? What is with you? You are way too passionate about that game. Yoguri made his way to the storage space under the bus, where all their luggage was kept. The compartment, however, was locked. Doesn't look like we can open it, Danura. Do you have any skill in lockpicking? Do I look like a criminal to you? I guess it's hopeless then. It didn't look like there was much of value in the bus itself. Shall we go look around on top of one of those hills? He thought there might be something of interest just beyond them. As Yoguri turned to make his way towards the hills, Tomochika pointed at the northern part of the sky. Hey, something's coming toward us. Another dragon? Or was it another UFO? Yoguri followed the direction of her finger. There was definitely something in the air there, but it was too far away to make out. At the very least, it didn't appear to be a dragon. It looks like Higashida, Fukuhara, and Hanakawa are flying toward us. You've got a pretty good eye if you can see them from that far away, Yoguri said, impressed by her eyesight. Of course, Yoguri himself didn't even remember the names and faces of his classmates, so it wouldn't have meant much even if he could see them. Chapter 6. What? You just want me for my body? So, shall we kill them just to be safe? Once he realized the objects flying towards them were their classmates, Yoguri figured that it would be their best course of action. Yeah, if you find your classmates flying towards you, of course you kill them. What is wrong with you? Apparently Tomochika thought he was just being sarcastic or something. Well, what else are we supposed to do? Are you just going to be all friendly with the people who left you to die? Wait, were you actually serious about killing them? Of course she had thought it was a joke. Now that she knew he was serious, though, she was starting to look a bit anxious. Leaving us here was basically the same as trying to murder us. That's a crime the whole class committed, so they can't complain if we do the same to them, right? It wasn't like he held a grudge against them or anything, but as far as he was concerned, he and Tomochika had earned the right to take revenge. Still, I'm not sure I can agree with that. Even if you could just snap your fingers and make them die. Even if I didn't want to kill them, I'm thinking there's always the possibilities they will be hostile to us. Tomochika blinked in surprise, as if the thought hadn't even occurred to her. I wonder what they want if they are only sending 3 people. They said they had ways of looking for enemies, so maybe they found out the dragon died? And they thought maybe some of us survived and are coming back to help? Kind of odd, since they're the ones who abandoned us with the excuse that we just slowed them down. True enough. Recalling Yazuki's words, Tomochika immediately deflated. If they are acting independently from the rest of the class, then their objective could be the leftover luggage. In that case, if they've left the class behind, survivors like us would be in the way too. That's just a guess, right? Yeah, but it's a very real possibility. I'm trying to think of ways to keep you safe, so I'd like to keep the risk level as low as possible. Not trying to ignore your feelings or anything though. Let's just wait and see how things go. If their objective is the luggage, couldn't we just run and hide somewhere? I'm sure they've already seen us, and trying to run away from people who can fly is pointless. For now, let's just find out who's who. The 3 former classmates soon came close enough that even Yoguri could recognize them. According to Tomochika, the one on the left was Ryusuke Higashida, looking quite attractive, if somewhat superficial. In the center was a small, brown-haired Yoshiaki Fukuhara, and on the right was the plump Daimon Hanakawa. The flying trio came to a landing a few meters away from them. Tomochika yet lives, but how? This is beyond all expectation. My plan to turn her into a zombie slave and have my way with her is ruined. Hanakawa's honeyed voice was truly unpleasant. Yogiri was actually impressed by his ability to ruin a person's mood with so few words. I told you she might be alive, right? Charm up doesn't last that long, so the dragon probably just left, Higashida said. Apparently, their ability to seek out enemies couldn't detect whether or not those enemies were actually alive. And as the dragon's body was on the other side of the bus from where they were currently standing, they hadn't seen it yet. It's better that she's alive anyway. The thought of controlling her as a zombie is kind of gross, Fukuhara said, poking fun at Hamakawa. Although he looked smaller and younger than the others, it seemed he had a bit of a cheeky streak. Do my ears deceive me? Sir Fukuhara's ability is truly as pearls thrown before swine. Surrender it to me. I must engage in the procurement of a zombie harem. I'm not really fond of killing people just to turn them into zombies, though. I foresaw such an occurrence. Thus I have prepared this very slave collar. As they still live, I have no need of Sir Fukuhara's powers. Gross. Why on earth would you make something like that? It's not that bad, is it? Don't you think it's twice as much fun to break their spirits yourself? Higashida chimed in. Well, my humble self is not so comfortable with such a bold assault. Then get out of here. However, the act of cuckolding is a great pleasure of mine. For instance, doing it in front of the person they like. That thought alone gives such pleasure, particularly if I might assume the role of providing gentle consolation after the fact. You really are gross. Leave it at that, guys. Look, Denora is totally shocked. Oh, I guess Takato is here too. And look, he's even stepping forward as if to protect her. How brave. The what? Perhaps is the boyfriend performing the cuckoldry? I cannot allow it. Tomochika belongs to me alone. Oh, that's a good idea. I was just going to kill him, but that's much better. I kind of want to see how someone who's always so spaced out reacts when his girl gets stolen from him. Great news, isn't it, Takato? Looks like you get to live a little longer. The way they were talking, it's as if they could do whatever they wanted without consequences. It was starting to get a little irritating. Maybe I will just kill them, Yoguri thought. I don't really know what's going on here, Tomochika whispered, stepping closer to him. But I guess it's safe to say we aren't going to be able to get along with them. Yoguri decided what to do next. It would be easy enough to kill them, but then what? He would rather get as much information out of them as he could first. I guess I'll start by trying to talk to them. As Yoguri thought things over, Higashida made the first move, stretching out his right hand. Yoguri judged that there was no real danger in the action. Higashida had no obvious intention of killing them, and his palm was facing away from them anyway. Fireball. Higashida's hand began to glow, and in the next instant, something blew past Yoguri. That was it. Thinking it over, Fireball had to be some sort of flaming sphere, right? But Yoguri couldn't see anything like that, and there was no sound of it hitting the bus behind them either. A few moments later, the sound of something heavy falling came from behind them. Turning around, Yoguri saw a bizarre sight. The rear half of the bus had disappeared. The sound he had heard was the remainder of the bus falling over onto the ground. A straight line had been gouged into the landscape, the now naked earth carving a path towards the forest in the distance, where a large hole had opened up. In short, whatever Higashida had fired, it had erased everything in its path without the sound. Who knew how far it had actually traveled before fading away? What isekai is this? Well, the name is my instant death ability is so overpowered. Blah, 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 blah. But, just kind of a real quick recap, because, it might have been while you were, in the car and stuff like that. The students were on a field trip. They were on a bus, when the entire bus got summoned into another world. So, bus got summoned into another world. They were given like a gift, a quote unquote gift, which basically just powers, kind of like a game world style. and now it's not quite battle royale, but the object is for them to survive and to become sages, which they haven't really described exactly what a sage is at this point in the book. But as you can see, as with the trope, the minute that some of these assholes get some powers, they become total dicks. As always, Sir Higashida's fireball truly beguiles the senses. No need to charge, yet displays such first-rate power. In possession of such strength, he is confident enough to say, no, it's not Hellflame, it's Fireball. Despite Hanakawa's flattery, Higashida didn't seem especially satisfied. While he didn't seem to have even considered the possibility of a counterattack, with an ability like that, it wasn't surprising that he would look down on everyone else as if they were trash. I can only use basic magic, so I went ahead and refined it as much as I could. I could even kill a demon lord with it now. I was the one who blew off the top of Mount Kowloon, So that was Sir Higashida, as expected of our hero. Being a hero sounds good, doesn't it? Quite a step up from me. Having the power to control the dead is really only useful for a demon lord's underling. Yogiri had no idea what any of them were talking about. From the way they spoke, they made it sound like they knew quite a bit about this world and the gift that the sage had given him, but it hadn't been all that long since they had left the bus behind. That's how it is. You understand how strong I am, right? There's no point in resisting. Come on over, Denora. Takato, you can watch from there. He seemed to feel that his demonstration had been sufficient. The three of them showed no sign of expecting any sort of disobedience. Impressive, Yogiri said, looking over at the bus, which no longer held its original shape. Whatever this fireball of Higashida's actually was, it appeared to have a diameter of about 10 meters. Anything within that radius had been cleanly obliterated, but everything outside of it was essentially unaffected. Touching the frame of the bus, he found that it was only slightly warm. Higashida, why are you doing this? We already decided. If the opportunity ever arose, we'd cut loose and do whatever he wanted. And surprise, that opportunity came knocking. So there was nothing to do but grab it, right? Right, and you had to be first, Denora. Ask anyone at school and they'll say the same thing. My humble self is already quite indebted to your lovely visage, which has brought me great pleasure on many nights. Looking at their vulgar expressions, it wasn't hard to guess what they were aiming at. So what, you're just after my body? Tomochika said, wrapping her arms around herself. I'm impressed you've got the nerve to say that much right now. Whether it's a parallel world or not, I bet you could make it on your own anywhere. Yogiri was impressed yet again. He'd expected her to be paralyzed with fear, but she was actually showing a lot of spunk. Looks like you two get along just fine, Fukuhara joked, although he couldn't quite keep the envy out of his voice. It was certainly rather twisted, but it seemed their feelings for Tomochika were the real deal. For now, let's just try and get them to talk to us, Yogiri said gently. Even though she was putting up a brave front, Tomochika must have been feeling uncomfortable. So the first step would be to shut them up and put her back at ease. Chapter 7. Eternal Force Blizzard, and they die. Die. Yogiri unleashed his power. You fool! Simply telling someone to die like that speaks so ill of your vocabulary. Hanakawa must have thought that Yogiri's statement was nothing but vocal resistance. But, as he scoffed at them, he noticed something was wrong. Higashida had collapsed to his knees beside him, then proceeded to unceremoniously fall over onto his face, motionless. Sir Higashida, are you well? Hanakawa cried, nonplussed. I told him to die, so he did. Even you should be able to connect those dots. So don't move. If either one of you does, another one of you drops, Yoguri warned them. Ignoring him, Fukuhara moved to Higashida's side. Pointing a finger at him, Yoguri spoke again in that same clear voice. Die. Fukuhara must have been trying to find out what was wrong with Higashida, but he never made it that far. He abruptly fell over, collapsing on top of his companion, and never moved again. I told you to stay still. Move and you die. Do you get it yet? Hanakawa had gone rigid. There was no way he fully understood, and probably would have refused to accept it even if he'd had a better handle on things. But he did recognize that something was wrong, and seemed to realize that Yoguri was the source of it. That should be enough to get him talking, Yoguri decided. Now, let me explain my ability. Hold on a sec, Tomochika shouted, once again full of energy. I figured it was you that did something to the dragon, but you didn't seem to want to talk about it, so I left it at that. Was this not actually a secret or something? It's not really a secret. I just thought it would be a pain to try and explain it earlier. You thought it would be a pain? And Hanakawa looks like an idiot, so if I don't explain it properly, he'll probably try and pick a fight with us, don't you think? Fine. Go ahead then. Tell us about your ability. Yoguri had steeled himself to be chastised for killing the others. He had felt it was the correct course of action, but had still expected some resistance from Tomochika. It appeared, however, that she wasn't all concerned about their former classmates. Alright, but before I start, could you go confirm that those two are dead for me? Don't worry, I won't kill you for moving this time. First, Hanakawa had to realize that they were actually dead, and what that meant for him. If he didn't truly understand that he could actually die, he could come up with any number of justifications in his mind for attacking them. Hanakawa knelt down beside his collapsed companions, timidly giving them a shake. Neither of them so much as twitched. Heal! Hanakawa shouted something that sounded like it was supposed to be magic. It appeared to be some sort of recovery spell, but it clearly had no effect on the dead. The two bodies glowed briefly, but that was it. Heal! 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 I'm a healer. No matter the severity of the injury or the extent of the disease, I can heal it in a moment. I've survived in this world with this cheat-like power, able to recover myself even when cut to pieces. Wait, why aren't they moving? Do you understand the situation? No, not at all. How could you do something like this? Has something come loose in your head? I don't want to hear that from you, Yoguri said, rapping a fist against the remains of the bus. That was quite a bit of power. Maybe he missed on purpose, but if he's going to throw around attacks that can kill people, he doesn't really have the right to complain when retaliation comes his way. Even so, Sir Fukuhara did nothing at all. And most importantly, I have done nothing either. You have to know that's not going to work, right? No matter how you look at it, you three were all in this together. It's clear you both approved of what Higashida was doing. Hanakawa was at a loss for words. Seeing that he wasn't going to protest for now, Yoguri continued his explanation. My ability is to invoke instant death at will. The moment I want someone to die, they die. Instantly. That's absurd. What is that? Eternal force blizzard and they just die? Hanakawa shrieked. That's just not fair at all. That's too much to even call cheating. Normally such things need to be more indirect. Are you looking down on this world? More importantly, you don't even have any status. So how can you even do that? Status, huh? I'm more surprised that you lot were given any abilities. As far as Yoguri was concerned, their statuses and gifts and the like were far stranger than his own power. So, that's what you used to kill the dragon, right? Why did you blow your cover now, though? Tomochika asked. She must have felt it was more advantageous to keep it secret. So I can use it as a threat. If I want to use my ability to threaten or coerce people, I need to explain it properly for them to understand it. After all, just showing it off, it doesn't look like much is happening. That's true, I guess. Even I don't really believe it. So, do you understand my power? If you don't, it's probably more effort than it's worth to keep going this way, so I'll just kill you and get it over with. I understand. Please, don't look at me like some yada yada cool protagonist. Don't look at me like you're actually going to kill me. Judging from the way he screamed the words, he must have thought he was about to die right then and there. Fine, come over here. It's hard to have a conversation from so far away. Yoguri sat down on the grass, leaning against the bus, and Tomochika took a seat beside him. But as Hanakawa tottered over to them, "Okay, stop," Yoguri commanded. What is it? You just tried something, didn't you? What are you talking about? Hanakawa's reaction was clearly suspicious. I never said I only had one ability, did I? I also have the ability to perfectly detect any killing intent that's aimed at me. What? So, between those two abilities of mine, anyone who has any intention of harming me dies. Or rather, I can choose to kill them. Surely you jest. There's no way anyone could combat that kind of power at all. That's not true. If you were like a super elite assassin who could perfectly conceal your intent to kill, and could attack in a way that my eyes couldn't follow, you'd at least have a chance. Regardless, from now on, I suggest you be very careful. Hanakawa obediently stepped in front of them, nervously lowering himself to the ground. Okay. There's a few things I want to ask you. Understood. I will explain everything that is within the scope of my knowledge, even beyond what you might think to inquire of. Just answer the questions, please. Seized by a visceral terror, Hanakawa had lost all thought of arguing. Why were you guys so confident? It hasn't been that long since you got your gifts, has it? It was true that the gifts seemed to give them tremendous abilities, but they were far too comfortable for the short length of time they'd possessed them. And abilities like flying through the sky or being able to obliterate a huge chunk of a bus in a single shot didn't seem like beginner level powers. Because this isn't the first time we've been to this world. We're on something like a new game plus, Hanakawa began his explanation. Chapter 8. I'll even be your slave. I definitely won't disobey. So, basically, you three defeated the Demon Lord and were sent back to our world. Yoguri has simplified the overly embellished tale that Hanakawa had given them. Please refrain from describing my alternate world cheat adventure in such a grossly childish manner. I didn't much care while I was listening, but I guess there was some useful information in there. How did you guys get back to our world? While the current priority was to find a way to adapt and survive in this world, their ultimate goal would of course be to return home. Worst case scenario, he hoped to at least be able to send Tomochika back. You're fading out? Heading off to bed? Okay. Good night, Lumi. Have a good night. Have a good rest. Talk to you soon. Thanks for coming by and hanging out. Ah, yes. In our previous adventure, we were summoned by the Magi of the Kingdom of Iman in order to defeat the Demon Lord, and once the task was accomplished, we were instantly returned. Unfortunately, I am unaware of how we would accomplish the goal of returning home this time. Yoguri turned to Tomochika. I didn't know any of these guys before, but were they gone for that long? Not that I remember. No more than missing a day here and there for being sick, at least. Our adventure spanned the course of an entire year in this world. However, upon our return, only a few short hours had passed. Perhaps the flow of time in our individual worlds is not entirely aligned? That would be good news, at least. It was very possible that they would be spending some time in this world, so he hoped that they could keep the time they lost back at home to a minimum. So what exactly was this demon lord? If you defeated him, shouldn't the world have become peaceful or something? Kingdoms populated by the demonic are known as demonic kingdoms, and thus their rulers are demon lords. But such demonic kingdoms are rather plentiful. Our noble selves were called forth to dispatch the lord of the demonic kingdom bordering the kingdom of Iman. As such, I imagine the people of Iman have indeed procured some modicum of peace. As an aside, the grasslands they now occupied were in the territory of the kingdom of Mani. Apparently, it was quite a distance from Iman. So if we kill some demon lord somewhere, we'll be able to return to our world? Well, I suppose that's a question for the sage that summoned us. Perhaps some conditions had been set for their return when they'd been summoned, but it hadn't been explained to them. And it was hard to believe that any such conditions would be easy to accomplish. The sage was looking for someone who could become one of her own. There was no way she would let them escape back home that easily. Not that I'm especially concerned with the endeavor of returning home. I have my dreams of an alternate world cheat harem after all, Hanakawa grumbled, apparently having become rather complacent with the situation. So, why did you guys act so normal when you were back in our homeworld? With the way they'd been acting earlier, and with the power they'd clearly possessed, it didn't seem like they'd have much trouble doing whatever they pleased back home. But as far as Yoguri knew, they had done nothing that would disrupt daily life around them. Naturally, our first inclination was to put our powers to the test in our homeworld, but alas, they failed to produce results there. And when you were summoned again, your power came back, just like they were before? Was there anyone else like that? Apart from our three noble selves, I am unaware of any examples. But if there were three, it wasn't hard to believe that there could be more. Yoguri made a mental note of that. Can you see the status of others easily? Under normal circumstances, such a thing would be impossible, I imagine. One must refine their skill in discernment as I have to receive such an ability. With a proud smile, Hanakawa began to describe how he had increased his discernment skill, but Yoguri had stopped listening. Even if most people couldn't use the skill, he had to assume there was those who could be able to see his status. It would probably be dangerous to try and bluff his way through this world by pretending that he had a gift. What is the rest of the class doing right now? They began their second mission. I was told they set their sights on the capital. Apparently, upon reaching the city visible in the north, they had cleared their first mission and were immediately saddled with the second. The objective of their new mission was to accomplish great feats worthy of a sage. What do you mean by great feats? Something incredible enough that they would be recognized by the general public for it. There are a number of such exploits that might qualify, but in any case, the cooperation of the royal family would be indispensable. They've therefore decided to make their way to the capital while they build up their own levels. So the three of you just broke off and left on your own. What meaning is there to us increasing our levels now? In our previous adventure, after finally defeating the Demon Lord, we had grand designs of building our own harem, yet instead we were forcibly transported away from this world. How could we not take this chance to finally do as we pleased? As you pleased, huh? Well, fine. Are there any other cities nearby? The closest would of course be the city to the north. There exists one to the south, but its distance would make the trek quite a challenge on foot. Yoguri discontinued his barrage of questions for some time. The world, the gifts. He asked about anything that came to mind, until he was satisfied that he had enough information. Well, that sums up my questions. Anything you want to ask, Danora? Huh? Me? Hanakawa, you guys were pretty strong, right? Why didn't you just fight the dragon? Tomochika asked, giving them a bit of a resentful look. She must have thought that if they had just killed the dragon, they wouldn't be in their current predicament. That was out of fear, I'm afraid. Perhaps we might have slain a dragon, but that sage? truly a terrifying individual. It was the sage's will that we clear the first mission of reaching that city, so there was naught we could do but comply. Sure, it was scary when she was shooting off stuff out of her hands, but how are you that frightened? Aren't you guys pretty strong too? A misconception that can be forgiven for you, dearest Tomochika, as you are unable to see her status. Her level had surpassed 100 million, and, even more terrifyingly, her level continued to rise by the second, even as we watched. There was no method by which we could stand against such a monster. Well, that doesn't really help us, does it? Hanakawa describing the sage's level as over 100 million didn't help Yogiri pin down exactly how strong she was at all. Sir Higashida's level was perhaps around 1,000. My humble self is only at 99. After hearing that she was at 100 million, double digits sounds kind of pathetic, doesn't it? Tomochika said, sparing him no compassion whatsoever. Yogiri felt the same way. It's a thing beyond my control. For you see, the upper half of a human being in this world is only 99. Without a particular skill to exceed that limit, or a class with no level limit to speak of, surpassing that number is simply impossible. One more question then. For everyone to quietly follow Yazuki like that, did he do something to them? Ah, this is about Yazuki's skills, correct? Generals possess skills such as charisma, command, and tactics. Should anyone accept his plan as logical or reasonable, they will find themselves unable to stray from it. Be that as it may, its compulsive force is only moderate, and thus it is rather ineffective on those who would be disadvantaged by the strategies set forth. Tomochika's gaze dropped, frustration clear on her face. She must have been remembering her friend Yomiko Jogasaki. According to Hanakawa's explanation, that meant Romiko had accepted the plan to leave the powerless classmates behind. I see. I guess we'd be the epitome of disadvantaged in a plan like this. But maybe we were just outside the scope of this skill in the first place? Most likely, the command skill served to suppress unrest to a certain degree, and promoted group cohesion. That meant those like Yogiri, who didn't receive a gift, weren't part of the plan in the first place. I imagine that would be the case. As the discussion came to an end, silence settled over them. It soon became clear that they had no further use for their traitorous classmate. Yogiri raised his right hand toward Hanakawa. His power didn't require him to speak, nor did it need any special hand motions, but it helped him to create the right image more easily. So that was how he did it. Wait, please wait. You do not perchance intend to slay me, do you? With your eternal force blizzard? It doesn't have a weird name like that, but yeah, that was what I was going to do. Why? For what reason? I feel it would be a problem down the road if we let you live. So flippant! Do you not place any value on human life? I just don't have any issues with killing people who intend to harm me. Yogiri's gaze flickered behind Hanakawa. The proof of the truth in his words still lay there, motionless. I won't. Really, I'm not going to hurt you at all. Please, please don't kill me. As Hanakawa fell to his hands and knees, begging, his speech suddenly snapped from his haughty, pretentious style back to normal. Yogiri hesitated. It wasn't like he was particularly set on the idea of killing him. He just felt like it might be troublesome to leave someone alive when they knew about his power in such detail. I know, a slave! Hanakawa suddenly blurted out, a word rarely used in everyday life. I'll be your slave. I'll totally do whatever you say. So, that was the first two parts, and the first, 6 chapters, the first several chapters of my instant death ability is so overpowered, no one in this other world stands a chance against me. So, as I mentioned earlier, this book series actually has an anime adaptation. I think it just finished this season, or like last season, so it was over the winter season. Pretty sure it's a 12 episode anime. So pretty wild ride for the opening act, huh? But yes, they do kind of go on. MC is utterly overpowered. Let's face it, that is just crazy overpowered. And yeah, they kind of go on. There are several volumes of this at this point, and I've read a bunch of them. I don't remember like where I left off. How many volumes are here so far? There are... Let me take a look at this. Right now, the English volumes are up to volume 14. And I don't believe that that's like I don't think that that's the last of the entire series. I'm sure that there's like more that's going on in Japanese, but let's see here. Volume 14, the English version was released in December and last year. So, hey. Hey, Ligaments, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Feel free to come on in, get comfortable and everything. My name is Crusader, and this is not my regular model. I do like chill streams, like either like, chill comfy games or reading ASMR, stuff like this. And we just kind of kick back and we have a nice relaxed vibe here kind of going on where, we're all just kind of laid back, chilling. I just basically do like the chill streams to help people relax and unwind, either getting ready for bed, going to sleep, or whatever else, or if they're just kind of chilling in the middle of their day, depending on where they are on the planet. So, I am currently testing some 3D software, to see how well it's going to work on my potato of a Mac. And since the actual 3D model that I am currently in process of creating is still a work in progress, I've been using a variety of different temporary models for the time being. So, anyway, hope you enjoy your stay. Feel free to get relaxed, chill. We just got finished reading the first several chapters of of the book. And see, I'll probably switch over and do like one more here real quick. But what'd you guys think? Kind of wild, huh? Yeah, it is. It is a crazy title. Still not the longest one I've seen, but it's pretty in keeping of every book that was actually put up on that one particular site. So, let me see here. How about we keep up with the not quite isekai, but I guess kind of isekai, but the whole game level grinding thing. Sound good? And it's a much shorter title. I actually just started reading this, so I haven't gotten very far, so I don't have a whole lot of input on what this particular story is like. But yeah, I mean, if you want to go check out any of the stuff that I've read over here, like instant death ability, the book is available in English over on J Novel Club. And like I said, it was an anime that came out over the winter season, so it just finished, as far as I know. So if you just want to watch the anime, you can also check that out. And I have no idea. I haven't watched the anime yet, so I don't know like how many books it covers. But now, let's do... how about this one? After School Dungeon Diver, level grinding in another world. Let me go ahead and switch that book cover image. See, this is the reason why I'm actually testing this, because my computer, the CPU, GPU load, just on doing like, you know, the 3D stuff, it's all webcam based, but it is just dragging this thing. Is this it? After School Dungeon? Alright, yeah. Okay. Oh, really? I've only just simply seen the novel. I haven't really seen anything else in particular about it. Have you, like, seen anything like the novel or the manga or anything? Because, like I said, I just started reading this, like, the other day. So I haven't gotten very far. Oh, well, that's pretty wild. What a coincidence. Okay, let me see here. Yeah, I was only about halfway through the first volume so far. Okay. In case anybody happens to be interested in the synopsis. There's apparently there's a line limit. Okay. Okay, so anyway. Give me a sec, let me go ahead and hydrate. Actually, give me a quick moment. I'm gonna go refill my water. I'll be back in a little bit. So, she'll be back in about 30 seconds. Alrighty. Floor 1. Saving a slave in a dungeon. It all happened while I was leisurely hunting bloodbats in the Gandakia dungeon as usual. Everyone knows flying types are weak against electric moves. I merrily joked to myself as I zapped the nimble, fanged bats flying toward me in the darkness. Then, out of nowhere, a chorus of screams from farther down the floor reverberated along the stone walls. Sounds like someone's getting attacked by a strong monster. I don't really want to put myself in danger, but if the monster's injured already, maybe I can score myself some EXP. I mean, go help them. Yeah, I'm still in good shape, so I might as well go for that easy XP, or go help those people in need. And so, having assessed the situation and decided on my next course of action, I ventured deeper into the dungeon. I usually spent my time picking off bloodbats, so I hardly ever stepped foot on the floors beyond. This area of the Gandakia dungeon, known as the Dark Corridors, was dreadfully damp and dreary. Coupled with its peculiar putrid stench, there weren't many places that could possibly be less pleasant. It was a well-known fact that the greatest obstacles for divers venturing here weren't the monsters, but the heinous odor and sticky floors, which only grew worse as you continued forward. In other words, I avoided this area for a reason, though it wasn't the first time I'd been here. Ugh. How could this place smell so nasty? It's so much worse than the area I usually stay in. This is supposed to be a fantasy world, for crying out loud. As my ideal image of the fantasy world came crashing down and my nose was just about ready to implode from the reeking stench, a dome-shaped area opened up ahead. I turned the dial on the hiking lamp attached to my safari hat all the way up and readjusted my safari jacket. I gave my staff, which was adorned with a souvenir amethyst from Oshamambe, Hokkaido, 2 good shakes, and I walked down a path illuminated by a pale light. In the area ahead, which seemed to be the boss room of the Dark Corridors, a monster and a silver-haired girl were in the middle of a deadly battle. Yikes, guess I goofed. I was somewhat regretting getting baited by the potential EXP as I took cover at the side of the passageway and observed for the boss. It was one of the several boss-class monsters of the Dark Corridors, a 4-armed and goat-headed absolute unit of a fiend with muscles on top of muscles, its colossal form enough to send bodybuilders running in fear. It swung a giant halberd fitting for a beast of its size. Facing the hulking boss monster was a young girl who seemed to be around my age. Her long silver hair was bound in a big ponytail that curled at the end, almost like a squirrel's tail. She'd stepped into combat with nothing but her fists for weapons and thin, tattered clothes for protection. In fact, her shredded clothes didn't even cover the parts they should have been covering, though now wasn't the time to be concerned about that. Among her characteristics, one immediately stood out. Her ears were abnormally long compared to those of a human. The tips of her long, pointed ears extended downward, about 15 centimeters in length. Long ears. Here in the world of Dumelta, the Long-Ears tribe was a race said to be particularly favored by the goddess of beauty and war, Saphia the Blue. The Long-Ears were blessed with gender-transcending beauty, physical and magical prowess, and intelligence. Pretty much everything you could ask for. Basically, they were the top race of Dumelta. But it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. They were so naturally well off that the other races, especially humans, treated them with envy and jealousy. And with their breathtakingly good looks, they were, unfortunately, often targeted to be sold into slavery. As I got a better look, I noticed the girl fighting before me had a collar around her neck and a ball and chain weighing her down. Judging by the fact that she'd been brought into the dungeon, she was likely a combat slave. So where's her master? I asked myself. I scanned the room for the slave master, who would be even more of a pain to deal with than the boss. But I only saw bodies of fully equipped men and women sprawled across the stone pavement. I figured the screams I'd heard earlier had come from them. I could just picture their encounter with the massive beast and how their hopeless battle had come to an end. The long-ears girl must have been the last one standing thanks to her physical superiority. Well, rest in peace and all that. Anyway, as strong as the long-ears girl may be, she was clearly at a disadvantage. She couldn't utilize her full power because of the magical restraints on her, and the boss was wearing her down. It's not like I want to help her because she's a cute girl, or because I feel sorry for slaves or anything like that. It's the EXP. Yep, the whole reason I came here was so I could get a piece of that EXP, I told myself as I charged up my mana. I'm gonna wait here for a moment, like, there's about 30 seconds of ads left. So, the ad breaks only last about a minute and a half, but still. Just so people don't really exactly miss out. I've been kind of missing my timing on stopping for the ads before now, but I think I'm gonna make a point of just kind of pausing for them. I should put up a banner, like, ads inbound or something like that. So then that way, people know when the ads are and stuff like that. Okay, we appear to be back from ads. I'll make a note and I'll actually stop more properly moving forward on those. Anyway. The boss was still completely focused on its opponent, and paid no mind to anything outside of the room. Although light emanated from my magic, it wasn't noticeable thanks to the countless candles that conveniently lit up the boss room. All I had to do now was store up enough energy to unleash magic powerful enough to wipe out the enemy in one shot, and hope the girl would survive in the meantime. Sorry if I don't make it in time, I thought, and continued to focus on my task. Suddenly, the boss hit the girl with a powerful blow, sending her flying through the air and crashing into a wall. The girl fell to the ground, face down and unmoving. The monster raised its enormous halberd overhead, then swung it down toward the victim. But, as one might expect, I made it just in the nick of time. Charge complete. Quaternary magic, Amethyst Bolt. A magic circle expanded from the tip of my staff, where a giant sphere of lightning surrounded by flashes of electric tendrils emerged. The supercharged blast of energy sped directly toward the boss and blasted right through it, scorching it from inside out. Bolts of lightning continuously zapped the monster, causing it to roar in pain until it eventually fell to the ground and crumbled away. All that remained was the monster's crystal core, the long-ears girl, face down on the ground, and me. Alright, level up. Wait, what? This makes hunting bloodbats look pointless. My eyes widened at the sheer amount of EXP I'd obtained from taking down the boss as I, Kudo Akira, walked toward the fallen girl. I suddenly awakened from a languid slumber. It seemed I'd fallen asleep. In a daze, I tried to take in the situation. I didn't recognize my surroundings. Looking around, I could tell I wasn't in the dark corridors of the Gandekia dungeon, but a hollow space at the edge of the yellow wall vestiges on the floor just prior. Apparently, this was one of the safe areas on this floor. Driven into the ground around the area were many crystal stakes for warding off monsters. These stakes kept monsters at bay so one could sleep here without fear of being attacked. A chill went down my spine at the realization that I'd fallen asleep on the job as a slave. Not to mention, we were in the middle of a dungeon. I curled up and wrapped my arms around myself. Then I noticed I was under a thick and ridiculously soft towel. As I was mesmerized by the towel's softness, I detected someone's presence nearby. I glanced in the stranger's direction and saw a young boy boiling water with some sort of magical device. "Oh, you're awake. Give me a minute. I'm making some corn soup," said the boy with a smile. I had no idea what this corn soup was, but the sound of someone else's voice began to clear the fog in my head. "You should lay still for a while," continued the boy. "I've used up too much of my mana, so I couldn't heal you fully. I'm sure you're still pretty sore." He was right. Pain still lingered throughout my body. I attributed it to the big hit I'd taken from the boss monster, whose image was still etched into my memory. "Where am I?" I asked. "I thought I was fighting the boss." "The boss from the Dark Corridors had the honor of turning into my EXP. It's in a better place now," replied the boy. "You beat it?" "I was able to charge up my magic thanks to you drawing its attention. Easy one-shot," he explained with peculiar phrasing. If I were to take his words at face value, he seemed to imply that he was a mage and had saved me from danger. "Oh, there's no need for hostility, though I guess I can't blame you for not trusting humans," he said. "Shut it," I snapped. "Who are you? Did you help me so you can enslave me?" I thrust my fist toward the strangely dressed boy's chin, and he began to panic and sputter like a coward. No, not at all. I just wanted the EXP. Honest. The thought of making you my slave has never even crossed my mind." "Really?" I asked hesitantly. "Sorry, I did have some naughty thoughts about what it'd be like if you were my slave." Having heard his confession, I wrapped my hands around his neck and began to squeeze silently. Wait. Don't kill me. I'm sorry. The boy desperately screamed and flailed about. Suddenly, a sharp pain from the lingering injury shot through my arm. Figuring I'd punished him enough for cracking a joke in bad taste, I let the boy go. He gave me an accusatory look with teary eyes and said, "That was messed up. I did end up helping you, you know." "I do thank you for that," I replied. "Oh, and another thing," he added. "What?" "It might not be the best idea to move around too much in your current position. I mean, I'm not complaining, but I'm guessing you won't be too happy if... Oh, careful, I can almost see them." With that, the boy's gaze shifted away from my eyes. That was when I realized the towel was sliding off my body and revealing my bare skin, all the way down to my chest and crotch. The clothes I was wearing originally, which were of poor quality to begin with, had been shredded so badly they were practically pieces of cloth hanging on by mere threads. I was pretty much completely naked. I grabbed the towel back up and used it to cover myself. "Did you look?" I asked. "Just a little bit, when I was carrying you here." My hands clenched into fists. I'm sorry, it wasn't on purpose, I swear," he said. "Suppose I can't blame you when I'm in this state," I confessed, noting that the boy was still courteously looking away. "But more importantly..." "Yes? Where are they?" The boy seemed to understand who I was talking about right away. "Ah," he said. Then his eyes turned deeper into the dungeon. "They've all passed away. It was already too late by the time I arrived. Judging from the state they were in, they must have gone straight to the afterlife. Oh, what's the phrase they use here? They were embraced by Ornyx the Black?" "I see," I said half-heartedly. I was rather relieved to hear my masters had died. Now I didn't have to worry about fulfilling their vulgar demands, which was my greatest fear since becoming a slave. "Did they bring you here as a combat slave?" he asked. I nodded. Indeed, I'd recently been brought to this town as a slave, and was purchased by that group of divers. They demanded I fight in the dungeons until I'd grown accustomed to my restraints, and had me taken deep into the Dark Corridors. "That boss monster was clearly too much for them to handle," I said. "They must have gotten carried away just because you're a long ears," replied the boy. "There are a lot of divers out there who mistakenly think they become more capable just because someone strong joins their team." "I suppose so." It sounded true enough. Those divers had been under the illusion that they were unstoppable after acquiring a strong slave, and they'd failed to stay vigilant. Divers, as their names implied, made a living by diving into dungeons. Failure to stay cautious at all times was a rudimentary and critical mistake. Even this strange-looking boy was staring at the path leading to the dark corridors with a cold look in his eyes. He seemed rather inept, but that was unmistakably the look of a true diver. His eyes were hardened by battle. Or rather, there was a dryness in them that came from experience and repeated dives into dungeons. In any case, there was still one thing bothering me. "What do you intend to do with me?" I asked. "Good question," he said. "I'm a mage, so what if I told you I was going to force you into a slave contract with me?" "I'd rip you in half," I shot back. "I'm sorry, it was only a joke. I don't know what came over me, it just came spewing out. Please don't hit me, I'll literally die if I get punched by one of the strongest races in Dumelta." I watched him in silence. First he ran his mouth, then he groveled at my feet while crying and apologizing. Oops. Shit. I hit the wrong button. Sorry about that. Sorry, I meant to mute before I wound up clearing my throat. A mage could easily put a slave in their place, so I couldn't understand what game he was playing here. Perhaps he was too much of a coward. I thought that was part of it. Yeah, I meant to do that. Anyway. It was hard to believe a coward like him could venture so deep into a dungeon all alone, but the fear he showed in response to my malice was clearly not an act. As I remained stunned and confused, the boy suddenly raised his head as if a realization had hit him. "Oh, that's right. The hot water's ready. Time for some corn soup." With that, he took a cup out of his bag, dumped some yellow powder into it, and poured the boiling water on top. "What's that? Some sort of medicine?" I asked. "No, it's a warm drink." He handed me the cup, and I leaned in for a whiff. An appetizing aroma had filled the air from the moment he'd added the hot water, and it was almost overwhelming now. Saliva filled my mouth as if my body were just desperate to have a taste. Come to think of it, I couldn't remember the last time I had a proper meal. I was only given meager food ever since becoming a slave. I couldn't help but gulp audibly. Looking into the cup, I saw what seemed to be bits of bread swimming in steaming yellow soup. The viscous liquid moved slowly as I tilted the cup to one side, and I couldn't help but imagine how rich and creamy it must taste. My self-restraint began to crumble, and the apprehension I had toward the drink the stranger had given me was quickly dissipating. "Help yourself," he offered. "Don't worry, I didn't spike it or anything." "Fine." With that, I took a sip, then made a noise that was a mixture of surprised groan and an amazed cry. "Ooh, nice reaction," said the boy. The rich soup filled my mouth, followed by a savory sweetness, then pure bliss. Before I knew it, my cup was already completely empty. "Looks like you enjoyed the soup." "What is this?" I asked. "I've never had anything like this before." "It's corn soup," he explained. "A legendary drink said to be created by Nor, a god from another world, with the help of their people and gadgets. Corn soup and hot coffee are highly valued in the winter by many who commute to work or school by train." Corn soup. The title of legendary drink sounded rather dramatic, but I didn't doubt it for a second. It wasn't at all unlikely that tales of such a delicious beverage would be passed down by the people. However, they did raise one question. Why would you give me something so valuable? To be honest, I found these on sale yesterday. They were less than 100 yen a box. What a steal, right? "You lied to me?" "I'm sorry, please lower your fist," he pleaded. Stop! Here, let me refill your cup." With that, the boy poured more of the yellow powder into my cup and added some more hot water. "This is delicious. I'm going to convert to Nor's religion," I said. "It's part of the joke. Nor isn't actually a god. You shouldn't joke around about a religion like that. I was about to say his name, but then I realized I didn't know what it was. I'm Kudo Akira, said the boy, sensing my hesitation. Kudo is my family name and Akira is my first name. I guess you'd say Akira Kudo here. I'm Skrail, I said. Nice to meet you, Skrail. Though I guess we'll only be together until we get out of here, said Akira Kudo in his easygoing manner. Something about him felt different from everyone else I'd met so far. People would always change their attitude and leer at me as soon as they found out I was a long ears, but I didn't sense such crudeness from him. Oh, and have some salted bread. You must be hungry, right? He offered. Yeah, I replied and tore into the bread as soon as he handed me some pieces. It was soft and tasty. Before I knew it, tears were rolling down my face. It's salty, I said. Yep. Sometimes you get one that has way too much salt on it, he said, turning away from me as he made more soup. Thanks, I breathed. No problem. Let's get out of here once you're ready, yeah? I gave a small nod in response, then took another bite of the salty bread. Having passed through the yellow wall vestiges, which was around the middle level of the Gandakia dungeon, we arrived at the great forest ruins on the floor just inside the dungeon entrance. Despite its name, the great forest ruins wasn't dense with bushes and trees like the other areas. There was a clear view through the groves here, and sunlight shone pleasantly through the leaves overhead. Unless you went deep into the forest, the ruins, or near a monster's lair, there were relatively few monsters in this area. This was the perfect place for a leisurely stroll. The girl I'd met in the dark corridors, where I usually farmed for EXP, was named Skrail. Longears didn't have surnames and only had a first name. I couldn't have her walking around in public wearing nothing but a towel like some exhibitionist, so I'd given her some of my spare clothes, though they were just some ordinary safari wear you could buy anywhere. Her swaying silver ponytail reminded me more of a squirrel's tail, and her ears moved with each stride as she walked beside me. Long ears were all beautiful, and Skrail was definitely no exception. She was a bit shorter than me, and because she was so charming, if I were to give her a nickname, it'd be Little Squirrel. Yet her breasts were anything but little. They bounced up and down with a savage weightiness to them, and they were far too provocative for an innocent young boy to handle. Honestly, I deserved a lot of praise for managing to simmer down when my head felt like boiling over. I'd also accept gifts as a reward, though I didn't have a wish list to order from. Anyway, Skrail had been incredibly lucky. If the divers who'd brought her in here had just waited for her to break under her slave shackles instead of challenging the boss, she would have ended up being their plaything without ever meeting me. They could have worn her out by making her fight other strong monsters. Then they could have had their way with her. That was probably why she'd been so distrusting of humans, and she'd been wary of me since the moment she'd woken up. But her hostility was now gone thanks to the blessing of the god Nor and the salted bread from my local bakery, and she was actually starting to warm up to me. Salt was a valuable commodity in this world, so any food with lots of salt in it was considered a luxury. Thanks to the salted bread, a little warmth had returned to Skrail's battered heart. But seriously, I'd nearly wet my pants every time she'd glared at me with that murderous look in her eyes. I wished she wouldn't do that anymore because I didn't want to develop stomach ulcers when I wasn't even in my 20s yet. This white thing feels cold, said Skrail, curiously touching the white cloth stuck to her arm. That's a medicated patch, I explained. If it's cool to the touch, it means it's working, so just leave it on for now. Is this some sort of magical medicine? No, it's just a cheap pain reliever that costs around 10 yen. I mean, an iron coin each. It eases up the pain, right? I see, said Skrail noncommittally. The adhesive will wear out if you peel it off, so try not to touch it. Got it. It seemed medicated patches were foreign to her, or maybe it was their adhesiveness that she found so fascinating. The closest thing they had in this world was a poultice made by heating this, herbs of this world, which would then be applied to the wound and fastened with a bandage. I would have given her a healing potion, which is one of the many miraculous items of this world, but I'd recently used up every single one I'd had. I'd used up most of my magic reserves fighting bloodbats and the four-armed goat, so I had to leave any non-critical injuries as is and save my energy for any fight we'd encounter on our way out of here. After all, field trips didn't end until you got home, and adventures didn't end until you returned to the main hall. The medicated patch I'd thrown into my safari bag for this dive ended up coming in handy. Once we leave the dungeon, Skrail would just need to rest up or get healed by a mage. We began to see more and more people around as we approached the exit. We were also getting more and more curious glances, but we continued walking, pretending not to notice. Still, we couldn't help but hear the whispers. Is that a Longears? That kid's parents must be loaded if he has a slave already. The Longears is damn cute though. I would have bought her myself if she was still for sale. He's really running her into the ground by the looks of it, and I'll bet he's going to give her some more exercise once they get home. Cruel bastard. No, you all have the wrong idea. Skrail is not my slave. I just happen to help her. I don't deserve the insults or finger pointing behind my back. The walk behind the Great Forest ruins was somehow more arduous than defeating the boss, but I endured. Eventually, a staircase came into view. We're here. Man, it feels like I'm coming home from a long, exhausting journey. Especially the walk home, and the walk home, and the walk home. I'm pooped. I couldn't agree more, said Skrail. It seemed the whispers had taken a toll on her, too. We continued walking toward the Gandakia Dungeon Divers Guild building, which was built around the dungeon entrance. The Gandakia Dungeon was in the free city of Frida, the city that ran the Divers Guild. The guild provided support for adventurers and their various jobs in many ways. They acted as a vendor for materials and food obtained in the dungeon, leased and rented out weapons, offered guides, determined rankings for divers of all power levels, and so forth. Just as usual, I headed toward the usual receptionist at the usual counter, except this time I was accompanied by Skrail. Because of the ranking system, we were assigned specific receptionists, and we had to report to the same person each time. There was a long row of windows to accommodate the many divers and teams in the guild. I walked up to a specific window, which happened to have no one waiting in line. "Ashley, I'm back," I called out as I waved from a distance. The red-haired woman at the reception counter, Ashley Pony, smiled and waved back. "Welcome back, Kudo. How did you do? Did you make lots and lots of money?" "About the same as usual," I replied, and the money-mongering Ashley's happy expression immediately changed to blatant discontent. "Aw, I was going to ask you to buy me something if you scored big today, lame." "Lame." You probably shouldn't be demanding money from your juniors," I said. "What are you talking about? Age has nothing to do with it. A man has a duty to pay for everything. I mean, treat girls every once in a while. Remember that. You almost said we should pay for everything, didn't you?" "Did I? Anyway, what did you do today?" I sighed at Ashley's not-so-subtle attempt at changing the subject, then replied, "I was boring myself to sleep leveling off bloodbats in the dark corridor." "You might be the only person who does that like it's no big deal," said Ashley with a look that was a mixture of astonishment and exasperation. "There are plenty of other high-ranking divers who hunt bloodbats," I pointed out. "It's a really efficient leveling spot." "But no one else does it solo," she objected. Then she saw Skrail. "Wait, who's that girl who's way too cute to be hanging out with you?" Well, that was a casual verbal slap in the face. I have feelings too, you know. I mean, your face is so ordinary and plain. A long-ears girl is way out of your... Oh? Midway through her barrage of insults, Ashley noticed the collar around Skrail's neck. "Oh no, you've gone down a dark and twisted path to adulthood. I know you don't get any girls, but to think you'd stoop to such fiendish, evil, and inhumane methods, it breaks my heart." "Now hold on," I objected. "She's not my slave." "I know, I'm just kidding," she said. I can only imagine how sour my expression must have looked. Yes, subtle roast, yep. Ashley stuck out her tongue jokingly. Of course, she knew I hadn't purchased a slave. We were required to check in at the counter before and after diving into a dungeon, and there was no way I could have bought one while I was in there. I've actually seen her before. She's a slave who was with the members of Kalanka's Stars, said Ashley before glancing at Skrail. The boss monster in the dark corridors, the four-armed goat, killed them, said Skrail. Is that so? Yes. They were all wiped out by the time I arrived. Not that I feel any sympathy for them, I confirmed. I see. I'll have to report this later, said Ashley. Then she asked Skrail, so, what are you going to do now? Your owners are gone, but you still have your shackles. I won't go back to being a slave. Never. I turned around and saw that Skrail was trembling. Was it from anger or humiliation? Probably both. Just imagining a life of being toyed with and used by others sent a shiver up my spine. Let's dispel it then, I said. Huh? What? They both looked at me as if I was speaking a foreign language. They did know what a dispel was, of course. As the name suggested, dispel was a generic magic spell that nullified the effect of other magic. I'd been refraining from using it because the amount of mana required depended on the strength of the spell it was being used against, but there was no more need for me to reserve my energy now that we were all out of the dungeon. I did technically need some mana to go home, but I could recover it by resting a bit, so that wouldn't be an issue. As I was warming up by clenching my hands repeatedly and rotating my shoulders, Skrail said, You can't remove a slave collar with dispel. She's right, agreed Ashley. I hate to say this, but once a collar is put on you, it won't ever come off. Says who? I asked. It's just another magic spell that's keeping it on, right? Is it? She asked. Wait, why are you talking like you know what you're talking about when you have no idea? How embarrassing, I said as I dramatically hugged my shoulders and gave her a judgmental stare. Ashley began to panic and make excuses right away. I mean, everyone knows a slave's collar can't ever be removed. Even it says so in the guild manual. That's not what I've heard, I shot back. According to who? I could ask you the same thing. I'm just telling you what I've read in the Divers Guild Basic Information Manual, replied Ashley. Uh-huh, I said. Casting magic is the act of connecting the cause and effect to create extraordinary results. This collar is imbued with a magic that binds her. Since the fact that she's bound by it exists, so too does its cause, its effect, the caster, the subject, and the line between them. If we can sever that line, there's a chance we can eliminate the result. It was an unusually grand speech coming from me, but I was just retelling what I'd learned from my sensei. It was because of my master that a high schooler in modern Japan like me could use magic better than many others in this world. Yes, because of, not thanks to. Skrail, who'd been quietly listening the entire time, was now watching me with a worried look. Are you sure about this? She asked. Don't worry, I got this, I said. I've been saving up my mana potions just for this occasion. With that, I reached into my dimension bag instead of my safari bag, grabbed a handful of mana potions, then chugged them all at once. In case it wasn't clear, mana potions recovered mana instead of health, unlike regular potions. Glug glug glug. Ugh, gross. Man, I've never downed so many of these at once, I said, trying and failing to stifle a burp. Whoa, those are high mana potions, pointed out Ashley. Those things are 5 gold coins a pop. It was totally on brand for her to immediately recognize expensive things like that. She couldn't ignore the fact that I'd chugged 4 flasks at once, which were worth about 200,000 yen in total. I could feel all the liquid sloshing around in my stomach. I put the empty flasks back into my dimensional bag, placed my hands on Skrail's collar, then began to utter the incantations for dispel. The collar was surrounded by a pale light, then it separated from her neck, falling on the ground with a clang. It worked, she breathed. Boy, I'm glad I didn't just waste 200,000 yen, I said. That's a small fortune for a student like me. I let out a sigh of relief. I would have looked like a complete doofus if I'd failed after all that talk. Wasting those high mana potions would have hurt me mentally and financially. Though, I'd earned all that money from the dungeon, so it didn't feel like it was real. I wouldn't have missed it all that much. I glanced. Oops, so we got ads, huh? Okay. I guess I'll take a brief moment then. Let me hydrate. Probably. Would you say it was like, what, 200,000? Yeah, so if it was 200,000, then that'd be like, I basically liken it like 100 yen is equivalent to, like, a dollar, like, so 1 yen is 1 cent. It's not quite. That's being a little bit generous with the exchange. It actually favors like it's more like somewhere between 130 to 140 last I looked. Like $1 is about 140-ish yen, give or take. So it's somewhere between, like, I'd probably say it's probably closer to like about maybe about 1600, most likely. Ow, but yes. Let me stretch a second here. I guess we'll resume in about 15 seconds. That's the thing about having like 3-minute ad break every hour. It was like a definitive get up, walk around, stretch kind of break kind of thing. But I don't know. I guess we'll see, like, what people think of, with like as far as the breaks go every half hour for a shorter time versus like, twice as long every hour. Anyway. I glanced over to Scrael to find her staring at the collar on the ground with a blank expression. Ashley said, "I'm impressed. But why didn't you do that earlier?" "Give me a break," I protested. I barely had any mana left after taking down the boss monster and healing her wounds. I had no idea how much energy I'd need to cast Dispel. What if I passed out from exhaustion in the middle of the dungeon? Even now, I'm pretty much completely drained, and that's after downing 4 high mana potions. Forget about the potions for now. Did you just say you took down the 4-armed goat? You didn't flee?" asked Ashley. Ah. Crap, I thought. I'd let my mouth slip so hard you'd think I'd stepped on a banana peel. "I'd love to hear more about that," said Ashley. "No, I meant, like, it would have been nice if that happened." I trailed off. "Kudo," she pressed. "Fine. Yes, I did. I wouldn't have been able to bring her back otherwise." I caved in. It should have been obvious. There'd been no way we could have just left without defeating that creature. Any attempt to flee would have been hopeless, considering how Scrael hadn't even tried to run despite being much more agile than me. "I can't help but wonder," she went on. "What level are you now? I'd love to know." "I'm level 33. Here's my EXP card." I handed her my EXP card, which was a thin metallic plate that a god of this world had given me when I'd first arrived. It automatically listed my level and the number of monsters I'd defeated so far. Ashley sighed. You really should raise your rank by now. Do you realize how unusual it is that you're level 33 and your rank is still the 30,000 range?" "I know, but it's such a hassle." "You really are a strange one, Kudo." "Ah, shucks. That wasn't a compliment." "Yeah, but that was the only logical response there. I think I deserve some brownie points for setting up that punchline." Ashley let out another heavy sigh. She wasn't subtle about it either. I understood where she was coming from, but I could see myself getting dragged into unnecessary trouble if I raised my rank. I was too much of a chicken to deal with the jealousy and harassment that would surely follow. All I wanted to do was enjoy my life as an adventurer here and level up in peace, not to deal with the harshness of this world. By the way, I said to Ashley, I know this is sudden, but would you mind registering her as a diver? Oh, sure, that's probably a good idea. She'll be a member of the guild as long as she's registered, so it'll be hard for anyone to try to enslave her again. Any registered diver was considered to be under the guild's jurisdiction and one of its human assets. We were necessary personnel who brought in valuable materials and core stones that were needed for monster wards. If anyone enslaved a guild member, they'd be picking a fight with the guild itself. After all, who wouldn't be upset if someone claimed one of your assets as their own? No slaver would want to make an enemy out of an organization with so much money and power. Oh, and here's the deposit for a registration, I said. Is that what I think it is? The four-armed goat's core stone. I handed Ashley the core stone I'd claimed from the boss monster. Diver registrations took a lot of time and effort, so we had a duty to pay a temporary security deposit to prevent anyone from wasting a receptionist's time. Once Squirrel began her career as a diver, I'd get the deposit back. Monster core stones were crystals found within monsters. Because of the unique mana inside them, they were quite valuable and could be used for trading. Core stones could ward off monsters, and the larger the size, the greater the effect. Though they had no effect without special processing, so they ended up being dead weight in the dungeon. Well, I have to get back to studying for my exams, so I'll leave the rest to you. With that, I turned on my heel and left. It was quite tragic, but studying was a student's duty, so I had to go home and hit the books. As I attempted to dump everything on Ashley and skedaddle, I was stopped by a tug on my sleeve. I turned around and saw Squirrel looking down at the floor with my sleeve clutched tight in her hand. Why did you help me? Why did you spend so much money on some slave like me? She asked. I just happened to be in a position to help, I said. I probably wouldn't have done it if I couldn't afford it. But there's nothing I love more than going into the dungeon. It would have left a bad aftertaste if I didn't do something. I did it for myself, so don't worry about it. I'd always considered any money I earned in this world to be play money anyway. But she still didn't seem convinced, so I went on. Okay, how about this? You can earn money as a diver and pay me back over time. She finally let go of my sleeve. I happened to look behind me at the guild's exit and saw her bowing her head deeply. Ah, 1322? Okay. So it's gone down in value, in exchange value then. I see. Let's see here. Okay, so it's been about 4 hours or so, and it is like almost 2 o'clock my time. I am probably going to go ahead and call it here for the night. But what'd you think of the about the first part of the story? Seems like an interesting hook. I like the idea of being able to go back and forth between, like, the modern world and, like, the fantasy world or whatever. Especially, like, to go someplace like dungeon diving or things like that. Those kind of stories always interest me. They're, like, of course, like, some people, like, they decide to become merchants or whatever. They'll just become, like, explorers and things like that. But I kind of love it because it's more of like a casual type of story as opposed to the, the one-way ticket thrown into, like, the whole situation. Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah. I mean, Yeah, that's why I do the whole reading Thursdays and stuff. My shtick, instead of being one of those energetic type, like, the high energy screaming and stuff all the time, I much prefer, like, the whole laid back or whatever else. My whole thing is, people like to tell me, it's like, your voice is so soothing. I fell asleep as soon as I started listening to your stream. So it's like, so listening to my stream put you to sleep? I'll take that as a compliment. But I am doing reading streams every Thursday. So now that I'm kind of getting back to it, because I had to take a pause. I got like really bad laryngitis, like, around this time last year, and it kind of really wrecked my voice for a long time. So I'm coming back to streaming on the regular and stuff. So yes, I will be back to doing, like, my regular Thursday, my regular Thursday reading schedule. But yeah, it's kind of funny how most modern isekai tend to skip the initial transport into another world bit. Yeah, it kind of depends. I mean, okay, so everybody, I think people are a little tired of, like, Truck-kun. So it's an interesting kind of twist, the way it goes back and forth, but I do like getting the background story. And I do kind of like it when it's not as contrived as essentially Truck-kun, or, like, getting struck by lightning or something like that. I do like a little bit more of an interesting thing beyond, like, the whole, oh, you died, so here you are, Be it they're summoned or they get a thing, like, there is a story, like, one of the more interesting stories, like, as far as, like, that kind of hook goes, is what's the name of that one again? Peddler in Another World, right? Peddler in Another World is actually, it's one of these kind of stories where he can go back and forth between, like, Japan and the fantasy world. Hang on, I'm trying to... Peddler in Another World. I can go back to my world whenever I want. That's the name of it. It's a fairly lighthearted, pretty lighthearted story. It doesn't take itself too seriously or whatever. But the whole idea that it starts off with, like, his, basically his grandmother's passing, and him, basically trying to find purpose or deciding what to do, and essentially inheriting their house and finding the portal to another world in his grandmother's house. In fact, I'm actually just going to go ahead and stick the... Will this fit? That character limit's a bit of a pain in the butt. But anyway, that's the basic synopsis from the site. So, in fact, there's actually another story that has kind of like the same deal, like, where the house that the protagonist inherits or moves into or whatever else basically has the portal to the other world. There's that other story. What was it called? What was it? I gained a cheat ability in the other world, and I became great in the real world as well. Hang on, I've actually got that on my hard drive. Let me check that out real quick. I can't quite remember the name of that. It's like some kind of goofy name like that. Here it is. I got a cheat. Oh, wait. I got a cheat skill in another world and became unrivaled in the real world too. Another one of those long names, but it's the same basic. It's the same premise. Where, well, it's the same starting point, I should say, not exactly the same premise. Where the MC actually more kind of like decides to like retire, lead a slow life, moves to like, you know, moves to like a house. I forget whether it was his grandfather's house or something like that, but then he discovers his portal to another world, like in the back storeroom, stuff like that. Real interesting thing. And like I said, I like the setup. The directions the stories take are completely different. They're different enough. So, you know, even though they have like, you know, that kind of common starting point and stuff, it's just a neat, like, well, it's like the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. You know, the gateway to Narnia is in the cupboard. Will there ever be a story where the protagonist doesn't get a skill cheat? Yes, there was. Oh my god, why can't I think of the name of it? It came out a while ago. In fact, it was an anime from several years back. But these were people who basically ended up getting like summoned. They don't know how they get there, but there's like this group of people who basically fall into, I guess is the best way to put it, they fall into another world, like whereas they literally just kind of wake up and they're there kind of thing, and they're just regular people, but now that they're in another world with like, you know, this fantasy world and stuff, but they don't have any special powers or whatever like that, but the only way that they can make a living is basically by being, you know, an adventurer, you know. And I mean, they have like the ability to use magic, whatever else, but they're not OP or anything like that. They gotta basically level grind. It's not even a leveling kind of system. It's just basically, it's just, okay, they kind of come in, they do the grind. It's a bit real. You know? Yeah, definitely not geniuses have it easy in another world. I think it was called World of Grimgar and Ash. Was that it? Grimgar, Fantasy, and Ash. It's a hell of a story. But yes, there is no opness. It's basically, this is what happens when a bunch of like, you know, this is what happens when a bunch of normal people end up like, you know, getting sucked into another world. It's like, yeah, it's gonna suck. The whole idea of like, you know, getting isekai'd off into another world or something like that sounds really fun when you get to have when you get to have like a cheat ability. If you're just kind of stuck there and you're like, you know, it's like, well, okay, occupation garbage man, whatever else, it's like, yeah, I'm gonna miss the Wi-Fi. You know, Wi-Fi, running water, flushable toilets. Because let's face it, if I got isekai'd into another world as I am right now, I'm so screwed it ain't even funny. But anyway. So yeah, it is 2 o'clock. I am gonna go ahead and call it here. Negative stats. Yeah, exactly. Man, it'd be pretty jacked. So let's see here. Who Is anybody that I know on? Yeah, maybe not. Maybe I will try a raid. Maybe. Let's see if I can actually find somebody that I might raid. Something that matches the vibe or something like that.
Understand, Druids.
Oh, hey, Eska Ubu was on.
Like, everybody's confused.
Truthfully, she is actually very chill.
I hate to criticize, but
She's
like,
actually got a great I personally like
there's
oh wait,
so much
you know what is
trash
this?
Not...
I like her vibe and her sound, and she's actually got a really cool playlist most of the time. So we could actually go into her. Or you know what? Why don't we just end it with like again, keeping like, you know, the chill vibes and just like the background stuff. How about we raid into Ferretville? Ferret Software. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that real quick here. But thanks a lot for coming out, guys. I really appreciate you guys hanging out with me. And, you know, for those of you who are still awake, if you've actually fallen asleep and everything else, then that's cool too. And again, I will be back I'll be back Tuesday, but I'll be doing again a reading again on Thursday, so I will catch you guys then. And so let's see, this is Ferret Software. Yeah, man. Good hanging out. I'll catch you later, Biz. And good seeing you too, Ligaments. Hope you had a good time. Appreciate it. Appreciate you for coming here. Okay. So if you're up to it, feel free to go ahead and drop a follow and like and follow and stuff over at Ferret Software, and hasta la vista.